FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN.
Kodai Senga is pitching well. Trade him. Get him out of here. It's a trade deadline special. It's Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan till 1 a.m. We got Emmanuel Berbari joining at 9. We got John Morosi of MLB Network coming on at 10. And then a special interview later on. Howard Johnston. It's the 40th anniversary of the New York Mets winning their championship in 1986. He's hopping on at 11 o'clock, too. So we got a lot of guests. And then, of course, you, 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. But the trade deadline is here. And while I want to hear all the different ways that we can find wood for Chris McMonagle, that's highly unlikely the Yankees getting Wood, James Wood, on the Yankees. What is more likely is the Rafael Devers, is some hitters, but the biggest issue, the thing that is preventing the New York Yankees from getting better at this deadline is themselves. It's the same thing every year. And here's the thing. This time around, you don't know if Aaron Judge is going to be here. So the aggressiveness has to be at front and center. This is not, oh, well, let the Dodgers go out and get Tarek Skubal and let them ruin baseball again. No, let the Yankees ruin baseball. Let the Yankees go out and get Tarek Skubal. Let the Yankees go out and get Mason Miller. Let the Yankees go out, if it's Rafael Devers, if you got to get a shortstop and you're not sure who it is, but let's go get the best one. I know Bobby Wood Jr. is not going to be available with the Royals. Okay, fine. But Zach Neto is with the Angels. People are looking into him. Or how about this? Francisco Lindor. Francisco Lindor is right next door. He's not going to veto a trade to New York. And if you want to talk about a guy who comes in clutch over the next 2 months, I'll tell you who hasn't been clutch the past 2 months or the past 10 games, 14 games. It's the Yankees offense. In the past 14 games, the Yankees have scored 3 or less runs 10 times out of 14 games. They've had a couple of explosions. I think they played one game versus the Pirates where they scored like 10 runs. Okay, fine, but that's the aberration right now. Since the All-Star break, this Yankee team has put up 10 games with 3 or less runs. That is a problem. When you go to extra innings and you can't score more than a run in extra innings, that is a problem. It almost looks like you're the New York Mets. That is a problem. So it's time now for Brian Cashman. And I heard Aaron Boone the other day. And I understand his whole point is we just got to do it. Like, there's no more talking. There's no more, we're going to find a way to score. It's not going our way. No, you just got to do it. And that's what I appreciate about Aaron Boone. You just got to do it. You can't make excuses. You can't say, you got to tip the cap to them. No, it's time for these players on the Yankees to do it. And if they're not, then you've got to realize you have to move forward with other players. And currently, right now, Anthony Volpe, not a guy you can rely upon. Jose Caballero, while entertaining, not a guy you can rely upon. Trent Grisham, though I feel he's a spark plug at times, right now, not carrying the team. Ryan McMahon, not carrying the team. And let's talk about catcher, not carrying the team. It's Ben Rice. That's it. It's Ben Rice. A little bit of jazz here and there, but it's Ben Rice, and that's it. You got to bring in reinforcements. End the story. We can sit here for the next 5 hours and discuss and talk about who needs to be here, but I don't care. Let it be Rafael Devers. Let it be Willy Adames. Let it be Francisco Lindor. Let it be Salvador Perez from the Royals, though I hear he's not being traded too. It doesn't make a difference. If you can get an upgrade, you go do it. And if it costs money, you do it. If it costs draft picks, or not draft picks, excuse me, if it means prospects have to go, the best prospects, you go and do it. Because I'm sorry, if George Lombard was that good, he would have been playing already. He would have been here already. We wouldn't be fighting over Anthony Volpe and Jose Caballero. Because all they've been trying to do is showcase Volpe and Caballero and be like, all right, well, we got something here. So, look, we got special players. Maybe you want Anthony Volpe. It's not happening. It's not happening. Anthony Volpe's not special. I'm sorry. Hate to break it to you. Anthony Volpe, not Derek Jeter. Anthony Volpe, not even a Didi Gregorius. Anthony Volpe, he's the run-of-the-mill. He's not even Gleyber Torres. He is, right now, not a shortstop for the New York Yankees. He needs to go. That's the major position, but there's others too. I mean, you just heard Chris talk about how, who would you prefer having in the outfield? Jason Dominguez, Spencer Jones? I wouldn't want either. I like Spencer Jones, but he's not proven right now. And that's the problem, is you're sitting here with the Yankee team who continues to win ball games. They continue to win ball games. Yeah, they lost 2 in a row to the White Sox. Okay, fine. But they're still up. They're still close to the race. They're still climbing and getting closer to that first overall, the top of the AL East. They got the best record for all the wild card teams. They're climbing to the East with a team that can't hit. Their pitching is phenomenal. It's time to help them out. It's time that when Garrett Cole goes on the mound and gives you 6, 7, shutout innings, or Will Warren gives you 6, 7 shutout innings, or whether it's Max Fried, whether it's Cam Schlittler, whoever it is, it's time when they go out and give you 6, 7 shutout innings, but make one mistake maybe and give up a 2-run home run. It's not the game. It's time for reinforcements. And there are a ton of them. Now, we're going to talk to guys like John Morosi and find out who really is available, who's really selling, because the reality is right now, there's only 6 teams that we know are selling. I mean, the Mets are selling. The Giants are selling. The Rockies are selling. Those are the team in the National League. Then you got the Royals. You got the Angels. And what's the other team? I'm forgetting right now. There's one other team. I can't even say Detroit. But they're probably selling. The way that they're acting about Tariq Skubal, they're probably selling. But the point is, between those 6 teams, you do have players you can go out and get and upgrade your offense. And it will be a shame if this Yankee team gets to the playoffs and have zero help except for, well, Aaron Judge should be back, or we're hoping he's back, or Giancarlo Stanton should be back, or we're hoping he's back. That's not good enough anymore. And I love when Stanton plays in the playoffs. I feel like Stanton's the Mr. Reliable no matter what. Like, hey, let him, who cares about the regular season? Let him suit up in October. We're all good. Not this time around. Not when you're the best team in the American League. Not when you have the best opportunity to win a World Series now. Your competition is the Dodgers. They're going to get better. The Red Sox are on the come right now. They could get better too. You know what you should do? Block them. Block them. They're looking for a catcher. Block them. Go get a catcher. They're looking for a shortstop. Block them. Go get a shortstop. It's that simple. And Brian Cashman, I'm sorry. You can't sit here and say, well, when Aaron Judge comes back in August or September, whenever it is, it's like a trade acquisition, move. No, you can't do that. Not this time around. You just can't. 888-808-1019. So that's the Yankees right now. They are going to be active. They have to be active, and they have to swing big. That is a necessity. And if you tell me that they end up with Tariq Skubal, great. If you tell me they get Mason Miller, great. But if you tell me they don't add any other offensive piece to this team, you failed. And I'm sorry, that's just not good enough. Not when you haven't won a World Series since 2009. End of story. Now, the Mets, on the other hand, who are currently playing right now to a beautiful 0-0 game, Kodai Senga. Here comes the trainer to Kodai Senga. He's got 2 runners. Well, maybe he's not a trainer. It's interpreter. There's 2 runners on. It's the 5th inning. Can't even believe he's gotten this far. 45 pitches in the first 4 innings, and he's faced at least 2 batters because they're currently on right now. I mean, Kodai Senga pitching a gem. Can we trade him? Is there any value to trade him? Probably not. But where the hell's this Kodai Senga been? And don't be like, well, Pete Alonso ruined it last year. No. Kodai Senga has ruined himself. He has had an issue staying on the field. He has had an issue this entire year of getting out and not keeping people from hitting the ball out of the ballpark. His ERA is still, I think, 10 currently at this moment. That's how bad he's been. Okay? It's not Pete Alonso from last year. But that being said, this Mets team, they have to be active at selling everything they possibly can. I don't care who it is. And I've said that multiple times, but it's the reality. You can't sit here and walk away and be like, well, Freddie Peralta, they didn't give us enough for Freddie Peralta, so I didn't want to, go 50 cents on a dollar, so we kept Freddie Peralta, and maybe we'll pick up the we'll offer him the qualifying offer at the end of the year. No. Get rid of him. Luis Robert Jr., I know there's a possibility that if he doesn't get traded, maybe, because I think it's a team option. So we decline the team option, pay him out $2 million, and then we restructure the deal for next year. Hey, guess what, David Stearns? Freddie Peralta, Luis Robert Jr., these type of players, they didn't work here. Let's not make that same mistake. And the crazy thing is, this is the concern for next year, right? And you're going to listen to when I talk to Howard Johnson, we get into the little bit, the comparison of the worst team money could buy in 92. I mean, it is very similar to what the 2026 team looks like. And part of it is the chaotic nature of it, the lack of sustainability, the fact that the smartest GM in baseball got rid of a huge part of this team, the consistent part of this team, and didn't fix the one thing that needed to be fixed with the starting pitching. So you brought in a whole new squad. And in doing so, you don't fix the piece that needs to be fixed. And then you wonder why they're on pace to win 68 games. Which, by the way, guess what? Kodai Senga gives up a double to Jacob Morosi, and the score is now 1-0. But still very impressive. The fact that he's gone, 47 pitches? Only 1 run through 4 innings? Even though the last 3 batters have got on, it looks like batting practice now. So Kodai Senga has now at least elevated to a 4-inning pitcher. I mean, come on, you can't. It's amazing. You can't make it up. 888-808-1019. But the Mets have to be aggressive. But the concern is that they're going to trade everybody, and then next year is going to be a completely different team again too. And that was the reason why this team failed this year, was because they basically turned over the whole team, and the product is completely different. And there's no chemistry. There's no gelling. But you need to get rid of this excess waste. And the entire team is pretty much excess waste. And again, another big problem I have is it's David Stearns calling all the shots. I know this is his job, but I don't trust him. Jorge Polanco, since he's been back, he's batting 91. And actually, his batting average has gone down because I think he's got another 0 for today. He was coming in batting 91 today. It's worse. Jorge Polanco, the guy that was your savior to fix the first base issue, which it wasn't an issue, but fix first base. Jorge Polanco. He can compete with Pete Alonso's numbers, 30-plus home runs, 100-plus RBIs. Don't worry about it. Play good defense. He's your guy. I mean, the guy's Achilles is about to burst in the first week of the season. What are we doing? This is a laughable season, but it's needed to just offload all these guys. But the concern is now for next year because you're going to do the same thing you did this year, which is try to bring in new pieces that'll fit. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So David Screws is, it's not even David Stearns anymore. It's David Screws. David screws us all. That's basically what he's done. He's screwed everybody that is a Met fan. All right, 888-808-1019. Let's get your phone calls. Again, we're here for 5 hours. Emmanual Berbari is going to join at 9 to talk Yankees. You know Emmanuel does a great job pre-post with the Yankees, sometimes calls games for Yes Network and WFAN, but does a fantastic job covering the Yankees.
Emmanual Berbari.
Berbari. Trust me, I learned that very easy. Emmanuel Berbari hopping on at 9 and talk some Yankees with us. Then John Morosi, MLB Network, Fox Sports, all that. He is going to join us at 10 to go down the laundry list of top players who will be traded at the deadline, not just Mets and Yankees. And then we're going to have Hojo, Howard Johnson, my favorite baseball player of all time, my favorite Met of all time. He hopped in. It's 3-0 now. 3-0 now. And Kodai Senga wasn't on the mound, but it's Xavier and Curry who got called up today because who got hurt? I forgot his name. Not Sanchez. Somebody just got hurt. And then they traded away AJ Minter. But again, this is now, and this is the other thing too. Now you're going to see guys, if you think this Mets team is bad, Hojo, by the way, hopping on at 11 to just finish my train of thought. If you think the Mets are bad now, wait until the players get called up from the minors after they've traded and just gutted this team. It's going to be really bad. So it's going to be fun to watch. We're going to see a lot of bad baseball for the next 2 months if you're a Met fan. 888-808-1019. You can always follow me at Hoff WFAN. You can follow the YouTube page right now, too. You can go on Odyssey.com and follow us there. There is 1,000 different ways to listen or watch sooner than later, starting in September. You can even listen to us on Sirius XM. How about that? Everywhere. But for now, YouTube, WFAN on your dial, or Odyssey, the Odyssey app. All right, here we go. Jerry is in the Bronx. What's up, Jerry? How we doing?
Oh,
What's up,
where
Jerry?
you been, my brother?
Been everywhere.
Huh?
I've been everywhere. Where you
Well,
been?
you know what? I haven't been listening. I strayed a little bit, but I miss Sal and BT. I really do.
I love
Anyway,
them. They're great people.
I know. We don't have to get in. I just wanted to, give them my regards. I haven't spoken to them since, so. But anyway, the reason I'm calling is Hoff. You can't just go get Devers. You got to understand there are roster spots on the team. When you bring somebody like him in, Stanton's coming back. He's getting paid $30 million. You got Ben Rice that needs the position, and you got Goldschmidt that needs the DH. Secondly, here's what I would do, and maybe you agree or disagree: Manny Machado or Willie Adames. And the reason I say that, if you bring somebody in, they got to be a two-way player. They got to play, obviously, offense from the right side, and they got to be able to play defense. You cannot bring another DH in here. It's going to clog up a roster spot. He's not the answer. I think Machado would be perfect. He has a little bit of years on there, the contract that he just signed.
He's got a very heavy contract. He's got a very heavy contract.
You know what? And
so does
it'll
Adames.
cost us less. prospects. It'll cost us. Willie Adames, on the other hand, what I was going to say, his contract is more friendly, but I think that Machado would be motivated if he came here. He always wanted to play in New York. I think he's the guy. What do you think?
I don't think Machado's the guy, Jerry. I really don't. I like Machado, don't get me wrong, but I mean, is he batting? He's barely batting 210 right now. I know.
Yeah,
listen, he's still got the
cheap. You buy cheap.
But hold on, Jerry. Here's the biggest problem. You say buy cheap. I say Steinbrenner and Cashman are not going to do that because it's too expensive financially. They're not going to want to do it.
They don't want to give up their prospects for a guy like Machado. They look at what are they going to bring? Pitcher?
Jerry, but if that was the case, though, then why didn't they go out there and get more than just Cody Bellinger in the offseason? Why didn't they go out there? Why didn't they go out there and get? Listen, they had the opportunity for Kyle Tucker. They had the opportunity for Pete Alonso at first base. They had an opportunity for a lot of different players, and they chose to just re-sign Cody Bellinger. Why? Because they don't want to spend the money.
Guys, listen to me. That's okay that they brought Cody Bellinger in. Look at the contract that Kyle Tucker and the numbers that he's putting up.
I don't disagree.
Poor man, Kyle Tucker. Wait a minute, but let me tell you. Listen, he's the right side. You get cheap. You won't cost you in prospects. Then you take those prospects that you're saving from Machado and you get a Mason Miller. He's in the middle of the lineup. He's a right-handed hitter. And even when our guys come back,
Jerry. No, because I'm telling you, I'm stopping you right there. The Padres have already said, first of all, I think they said that Mason Miller is off the table. But second of all, they said, if you want Mason Miller, they said you can't block anyone from your team. So you think you're going to get Mason Miller for just a bag of dirt? It's not going to happen.
No,
you're going to have to give up Lombard.
That's what you're missing, Huff. Didn't you hear what I just said? We don't have to give up the prospects for Machado. It's the money factor. We take the prospects that we're saving for Machado and we get Mason Miller because on our farm system right
now,
the same
team.
Pitching-wise, let me finish the thought and you're going to hang up on me.
Okay.
Pitching-wise, we have the prospects. Infield-wise, we have the prospects. Even on the major league level, we have Warren and we have Weather. We put something together to get a Machado for cheap and put the rest of those guys on Mason Miller, and we bring in a top of the relief pitcher, a closer, and we get in the middle of the lineup a righty bat that when our guys come back, he still puts fear in the pitchers. Even though he's not hitting well, if he comes to the Yankees, it'll be a different player. Right. Trust me.
Jerry, I will see about that. Thanks so much for a phone call. I mean, listen, I don't think you're going to be able to package a Machado and a Mason Miller together, and you just say, and the Padres say, we just want prospects, don't take the money. And here's the thing is, the Yankees, this is like the Robinson Cano deal back with the Mets, right? They got Edwin Diaz and Robinson Cano. They had to give up a top prospect who ended up being nothing, so whatever, and pay Robinson Cano's contract. And that's something that I believe Brian Cashman and Hal Steinbrenner are going to say no. It's one or the other. It's not both. If I got to get Manny Machado and I have to take his contract, I'm not giving you all my prospects, even if you give me Mason Miller. And if you want all the prospects, then I'm not paying Manny Machado's contract. I don't think the Yankees are going to do that. I don't think they will do both. It's just not happening. It's just not. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. I see you guys. All the phones are lit up. I appreciate that. 888-808-1019. There might be one or two open, so why don't you give it a call? 888-808-1019. We'll get more into who is available, who's not available, but who needs to make a move with the Yankees and the Mets. 888-808-1019. Trade deadline for the next 4.5 hours up until, who's next, actually? I don't even know. Gordon Damer up at 1 o'clock on the Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
The MLB trade deadline is 3 days away. And while it represents a chance to solidify for some,
we're open-minded in the deadline to try to improve ourselves, period. End of story.
It represents rebuild for others.
I also have a responsibility to push us forward, to look for solutions, and to make difficult decisions and change when I think it's needed.
From the front office to the diamond, the latest rumors turn into the latest breaking news. And the fan is always here to deliver it all to you. Your home for everything New York baseball is 101.9 FM WFAN.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on the WFAN contest page.
Salicata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Most tire dealers will sell Bridgestone tires, but Town Fair Tire sells Bridgestone tires for an unbeatable combination of the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life. Town Fair is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. So when you're in the market for a new set of Bridgestone tires, get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-500-3495. 800-500-3495. 800-500-3495.
The Colonel is the king of chicken. That's why he's always had a beef with beef. But on Wednesdays, he's squashing the beef by frying it. KFC Country Fried Steak is here for only $4.99. Crispy golden outside, tender steak inside. Served with peppery gravy, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, and a biscuit. At last, the Colonel and beef buried the hatchet in gravy. Get the $4.99 Country Fried Steak Wednesdays for a limited time only at KFC.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The Rico Bronya podcast on the Odyssey app is proudly sponsored by Mio Sparkling Sake, the official sake of the New York Mets. Enjoy at Citi Field or your favorite spot. A new tradition in sake, Mio Sparkling Sake.
The conversation never stops on The Carton Show. Join Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle weekdays from 2 to 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
888-808-1019. It is a trade deadline special here on WFAN, as the only move so far by either team at this deadline is A.J. Minter goes to the Twins. Now, remember, the Twins are a team here that were supposed to be sellers. They were talking about, or at least the Yankees were talking about Ryan Jeffers possibly being traded to the Yankees because they need to upgrade a catcher. And then all of a sudden, everyone's off limits. So all of a sudden, the Twins are buyers, and they went out and bought A.J. Minter. They gave up two players, one of which is a familiar player from back in the day, as Benny Agbayani's son, Bruin. Is it Bruin? I believe it's Bruin. Either way, he's a Bruin. He's not a Bruin. He is a New York Met. He is Agbayani. He got traded to the Mets. We have no idea what type of level this kid is as a prospect. You could tell me he's the first overall pick. He's not, obviously. You could tell me all you want. Until he gets here and performs, it doesn't make a difference.
So a few things on Bruin Agbayani. Number one.
It is Bruin. All right.
I'm assuming it's Bruin.
Looks like
I
Bruin.
wonder if he's number 50.
He better be. For Hawaii.
Number two.
Sid Fernandez did the same thing. Sid Fernandez wore 50 as well.
And Benny did.
Yeah, of course.
And number two, I hope he knows how to count to 3.
You know, we're trying to keep it positive here for all the Mets fans. You know, we did make a trade. We got some assets. Agbayani, honestly, was a beloved Benny 5-0.
10 home runs in his first 73 at-bats, I believe. That was the number, I believe, back in the day.
He fizzled out quick, but at least he had a stint with us. It felt good. I hope that his son could be as good as Benny for longer.
No, you hope Bruin Agbayani. It doesn't have to be good. You just hope that he hits somewhere, and that's the point with David Stearns. He has to hit on one of these. All of these returns he's getting. He's not. He's got to hit on one of them.
He's not. That's the problem. His track history. If you look at the Hader deal that when he traded Josh Hader, right? And we did this. We did a deep dive of the David Stearns, and that is, I forgot what episode of the Rico Bronya podcast with Evan Roberts. It was probably 728 or 729. But if you look at that, we did a deep dive of David Stearns and his trades. And the David Stearns trade for Josh Hader that sent him to the Padres, the return was Dilson Lamet. It was Taylor Rogers. It was Yuri Perez. And I'm forgetting the other guy. No, either way, nothing. The names that I gave you are nothing.
Fair.
But I will tell you this much. what ended up happening was he ended up trading Yuri Perez for, I'm blanking on who it was. But either way, the Yuri Perez trade led to a significant deal for the. So these guys are going to be traded away. That's what it sounds like. It's going to be. Let's eat up a lot of players to just trade them in the offseason.
Right, and that's fair. But also, the Brewers are 67-41, and Stearns has something to do with that. So, and listen, I know I'm impatient. This has been an awful, awful season for the Mets. I hope Stearns doesn't dip the toe in. I hope he jumps in, trade everybody. And that's number one. You don't keep Brazoban and Holmes and Weaver and whoever.
You can't.
Move everybody that you possibly can and just chalk this year up. You want to call it unlucky. You want to call it whatever you want, but that's how you have to chalk this year up. You move on. You get what you can for the assets you have. And again, David Stearns isn't going anywhere. So if you're angry at this, you're screaming into a black hole. He's going to be the Mets GM for a very long time.
No, that I disagree with. That I disagree with, because here's the problem, Paulie, and I understand your point is he's got the 5 years, right? But at the end of 5 years, if he fails, he's gone. And if what happened, the way that Steve Cohen got David Stearns, it was he had his eyes on the prize. He waited for his time to pounce. He couldn't talk to him because of whatever reason. And then as soon as the Brewers cut ties with him, he got him. Well, I think Steve Cohen's very smart, and I think that he's already doing the work to find his replacement if he needs to get that replacement in here. I'm telling you right now. And I got to be honest with you, David Stearns, he's got one more offseason to figure it out, because I understand that next year is going to be a crap hole with the lockout and whatever's happening. I get it. It is going to be, you might get a pass for that, but you still have to be successful. And so far, David Stearns, everything he's done, every move, every trade has failed.
I mean, listen, I think we can go back and forth. I mean, the Mets did sign Juan Soto, and
you know what? Don't give me the that was David Stearns, because if we all know that you take away David Stearns from this picture, Juan Soto would have been a Met no matter what because of Steve Cohen and the story. Same reason why Pete Alonso was a Met last year was because of Steve Cohen, not because of David Stearns.
No, Stearns made it very clear that he didn't want Pete Alonso, and Pete Alonso made it clear he didn't want to be a Met. So
I'm gonna just negate that part from the conversation. Please write that off of that. We're not. This is a law of. This is a court right now, and we've now dismissed that last line because you want to tell me. And I'm just gonna. I don't want to go off on a tangent right now. I don't. But here's 30 seconds. You want to tell me that Pete Alonso did not want to be a Met? The Mets told Pete Alonso over and over and over, we don't want you. We don't want you. We don't want you. We don't want you. David Stearns legitimately, and Paul, I love you. I don't want to have a conversation on this because I don't want this to be a 4-hour show of Pete Alonso. David Stearns basically didn't make an offer. So you can't tell me that Pete Alonso didn't want to come back to the Mets when they didn't make an offer. He didn't make an offer last year. He made very small offers, and it took Steve Cohen to sit down and be like, do you want to be a Met? He's like, I do. Do you guys want me? We do. All right, here we go. We'll overpay you for this year. But that was it. David Stearns does not want guys like Pete Alonso. He won't sign a guy like Tariq Skubal, who's the best pitcher in the league.
That's totally fair. We're not going to get off on a tangent on Alonso. Alonso got offered 7 for $158, and he turned it down.
That was
the right move for him.
You can't do that, though. You can't do that because I believe Aaron Judge turned down a very significant offer that the Yankees offered him. Did he not want to be a Yankee? Did he not want to be a Yankee?
He was considering not wanting to be a Yankee, of course.
Okay, same way that Pete Alonso considered not being a Met because.
But Aaron Judge didn't say he wanted to be a Yankee for life repeatedly, as Pete Alonso said, I want to be a Met for life. I want to be a Met for life. I want to be a Met for life.
This is what kills your argument is the Mets told him, we don't want you. He legitimately this past offseason did not get an offer from the Mets. This is a null point, dude. You can't fight me on this because they didn't offer him anything. They didn't. They go, well, let's see what the market looks like. Paul, they legitimately said, we're going to see what the market looks like. Kyle Schwarber got however much of a deal. And the Mets had an opportunity to go out and offer him something, and they didn't. And then Pete Alonso gets a 5-year deal. Oh, yeah, it was too much. We weren't going to do it. So David Stearns is listen, he is who he is. He's stuck in his ways. He's not giving big contracts, whether you like it or not. We're not getting into a fight about Pete Alonso anymore. We've already had those fights. But the point is, he is very, very specific on how he's going to build his team, and he's not going to commit himself to things. So don't sit there and say, oh, well, he did get Juan Soto. That is because of Steve Cohen. And Steve Cohen does the right thing by praising David Stearns for getting it. Because if it wasn't for Juan Soto, we would legitimately be looking at this New York Mets team right now and going, we've got nothing. We've got Francisco Lindor and nothing to celebrate. Yes, we have a couple kids, AJ Ewing and Carson Bench. But my God, we have no idea if they're going to be good. Because I remember Conforto having a decent year his first year. He had a couple good seasons, and then he fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, of course.
We've seen plenty of players fall off the face of the earth and have a good season or two. So I can't sit there and say that AJ Ewing and Carson Bench are the future of this team. We'd like to believe they are.
But I agree with that.
So all I'm telling you is this: is it's too early to anoint them. But the same way is if Juan Soto wasn't here and those are the only guys here, we would be in more trouble. So thanks to Steve Cohen for at least saving a day on that one.
That's all fair. One more. Listen, David Stearns made a calculated decision that this core that the Mets had for about 4 or 5 years won nothing and wasn't going to win in the future.
Again, your argument is terrible because the Yankees have Aaron Judge, and what have they won?
Nothing.
Yeah.
They've won nothing. He's
the best player in baseball. Once Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout were on the same team in Anaheim for how many years and how many playoff games did they win together? Zero. The two best players in baseball, 0 playoff wins. So you can't sit there and be like, well, what are we supposed to, if Aaron Judge isn't winning the World Series, if Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout aren't winning the World Series together, we're going to look at our team and go, well, this team didn't win anything, so we clearly got to get rid of them. That's just stupid.
No, because
stupid.
If you keep doing the same thing, it's insanity.
No, it's not insanity, dude. See, we're fighting two different things. You're saying it's insane to keep someone who puts up and is productive and plays every day. That's you're saying that's insanity. You're saying a guy who hits 30 plus home runs and drives in over 100 RBIs every single year in his freaking sleep. That's insanity. I'm sorry, you're the one who's insane.
It's not.
You are not.
Alonso is
that's the issue. That is the issue. That 100%. I'm not telling you Jeff McNeil was a trade that didn't have to be made. I'm not telling you that I didn't want Brandon Nimmo gone. As far as I congratulated David Stearns at spring training, I go, great job by getting rid of Jeff and Brandon. He goes, well, we didn't get rid, we acquired. Yeah, well, what you acquired has sucked ass, okay? I'm sorry. Marcus Semien does not deserve the playing time. AJ Ewing deserves more playing time at second base over Marcus Semien.
Semien's got to play now. He's got to get moved.
Okay,
So
but he's not going to get moved. That's a problem. So you've gotten rid of Brandon Nimmo's contract, which is fine for Marcus Semien, but he's a bench player at best. That's what we're dealing with. Jeff McNeil, we got a bag of balls. Who even cares what we got for Jeff McNeil? We got rid of him. Okay, fine. But you've traded one problem for another. That doesn't make it better. It doesn't make it better. And that's the problem. He has added more problems to this team than has been, than success stories. Like Freddie Peralta is a problem. And I had DeComo on last week too, and everyone forgets this. Over the offseason, we traded Brandon Sproat, Jet Williams. And then in the trade deadline last year too, you add another 11 names. Not all of them are high prospects. I get it. But you got rid of about 13 plus bodies of minor leaguers that could have been up here, could have had potential. You don't know. And everybody that you traded him for failed. And that's my issue, is that I don't trust his decision-making in making this team better. That is the problem. But enough on that right now. 888-808-1019. Let's go to George in Brooklyn. George, what's going on? You want to talk about the Yankees? George.
Yes.
There he is. George, what's up, man? You want to talk Yankees? What's up?
Hi, guys. Yeah, I got to tell you, man, we're stuck in this Stanton thing, and I just don't get it. It's years and years and years and years. Give somebody else $30 million or two guys $15. You can't break the glass anymore for playoffs. We're not making it. He's not cutting it. You're right. It's 2009. It just doesn't work. Get rid of this guy. And nobody's listening to him anyway in this clubhouse. Yeah, big leader, but he doesn't play. Who cares? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Gio. Whatever.
And
number two.
By the way, I'm a Stanton guy. I'm 100% a Stanton guy. But it's time now where he's not helping this year, and he's probably not going to be available for the playoffs either. You got 2 years left. They got a club option in 2028. So basically, you got one more year left. You got to find a way to just pay it off and DFA him or something like that. Like bite the bullet.
I know you can't get rid of him. I know you can't get rid of him.
But you can. You could DFA him. You could just say, "Well, just eat it." And $15 million. It sucks, but you got to do it. You got to but George, George, you're laughing at it. But here's the thing: is you're the New York Yankees. I'm pretty sure the Dodgers. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. They were smarter because they chose not to keep the player. But Cody Bellinger was going to make a ton of money, and they non-tendered him. They basically said, "We'd prefer you not to play here anymore rather than pay you money." And they didn't get anything for him, and he went out there in free agency. I understand this sucks. But like Steve Cohen had the balls to go out and pay off Robinson Cano just to get out of here. I'm not saying that I want Stanton gone, but either you got to find a way to renegotiate, which he's not going to do. Then you got to DFA him because you're going to destroy the roster by having a guy who can't play this offseason, this playoffs. It's not worth it.
Maybe it's a good idea for a lockout next year, but And then real quick, Lindor is the guy, man. He's going to take care of two things. He's the guy, and he'll love the Yankees, and he'll fit right in. You know what I mean?
I do know. And George, let me tell you something, and I thank you so much for the phone call. I hate to do what I'm about to do right now. This burns me so bad. Because I am an avid supporter of Francisco Lindor. I want the Mets to be good. I think the Mets can be good with Francisco Lindor. And the story. They can be good with Francisco Lindor and with Juan Soto, by the way. But Francisco Lindor is an asset. But he fits the Yankees so well. He's big in big-time spots. He's shown you how he can carry a team in the playoffs. He's shown you how he could take it to a team like the Yankees years ago in that Subway Series where he went off and had, I forgot how many home runs in the series versus them. I think it was 2021. I just remember I had shingles and I was laying in bed in pain on fire. My body was on fire as I was watching Lindor round the bases after he hit another home run. Like Francisco Lindor, you got to remember him in Cleveland, too. Like, he was very dominant, a dominant player. And I understand his starts have been historically slow recently. That's a problem. He gets too much money to start off so slow every single year. But then on the other hand, take away this year because he's had a significant injury that took him out a huge part of the season, which is not the norm. That is not the norm for Francisco Lindor. But he was out for a huge part of the season. But that being said, if it wasn't the case, he's basically a 30 doubles, 30 home runs, 30 stolen base guy. It's what he is. The last 3 seasons, he's basically put up 30, 30, 30. He was short by 1 stolen base 2 years ago. But he's basically a 30-30 guy. 30-30-30 guy. I know you want to sit there and say, well, the batting average is a little bit low. The OPS is in 1,000. Yeah, you know what? Not for nothing. Not everyone's Aaron Judge. I'm sorry. I mean, there's other ball players out there. Not everyone has 1,000 OPS. It doesn't just happen. They don't grow on trees, okay? And let me tell you something. Batting average, we all look at and say, oh, it's not a good batting average. In today's world, it is a good batting average. At the end of the season when he's batting 270, it is a good batting average. So let's be serious here. Francisco Lindor is the best fit for the New York Yankees. We can talk about Devers. You could sit there and talk about, Hunter Goodman from the Rockies. You could talk about, Shea Langoliers isn't available anymore, but he was a guy at one point in time as a catcher that they were looking at. Hey, Francisco Alvarez would actually look pretty good with the Yankees too. I know the Mets don't want to get rid of him, but they could. But there's a lot of pieces out there. But the most productive guy still today that fits a position of need, it's Francisco Lindor. You want to talk about Manny Machado? I know Manny Machado's had power, but his defense has been good. No one's going to take away Manny Machado's defense. He's a superb player. But I don't trust him anymore offensively. I really don't. His batting average has jumped up to 214. He was under 200 for a majority of the season. He's still got a long, long contract. You talk about Francisco Lindor, it's forever. I think he's got 4 or 5 years left. I think Machado's is longer, if I'm correct. And again, I love Manny. He's a good player. I think his time is done as far as going and being aggressive and getting him. I think that's going to hurt financially more than what Lindor's going to be. And again, this is the problem, though. You're not going to trade Francisco. The Yankees aren't going to trade for Francisco Lindor. They're not going to trade for Manny Machado. They're not going to trade for any of these high-priced players. Why? Because it's too expensive. That's the reason why. That's it. They're not going to pay down Francisco Lindor's price. They're not going to do it. They're not going to add on to the Stanton. And you could sit there and make an excuse that Stanton's here and you got rid of that. If only you didn't have Stanton, you could pay for it. No. The Yankees wouldn't do it anyway. They really wouldn't. They don't want to. They don't want to go over a certain bracket. But the problem is, they need to. It's time. If you want to be serious, you've got to go and you got to make a splash and you've got to get high-priced players. If not, get ready to get rid of all your prospects for the guys that have control. And that's fine too, but I don't think Brian Cashman has it in him. And I'm a Cashman guy. 888-808-1019. We'll get to your phone calls. But coming up next, more Yankee talk as Emmanuel Berbari will join the program. We're going to do a deep dive and going to hear from him what he thinks the Yankees are planning to do. And are we going to see a big trade in the next few days for the New York Yankees? So he'll be up next, Emmanuel Berbari. 888-808-1019. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's Evan and Tiki middays on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
And the New York Jets, who bring in Geno Smith, they talk about him like he's the savior, going to take you to the promised land, and you draft Cade Klubnik. Look, I'm higher on Cade Klubnik than most people, but that's neither here nor there. At the end of the day, he's a fourth-round pick.
Get Evan and Tiki on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites, like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Hey, Yankees fans! Join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, August 21st, as the Yankees take on the
weekend
Toronto
for the
Blue
Mets
Jays.
as
And don't miss Cody
40th
Bellinger's
anniversary of the
bobblehead
1986
night, presented
World
by
Series
T-Mobile.
team. Everybody's in town, and I am lucky enough and honored to
Cody
be
Bellinger
speaking
bobblehead.
to my
Get
favorite
here
ball
early,
player
grab the
as a
giveaway,
kid.
and cheer
This is the
on the
reason why
Bronx
I played
Bombers.
third base.
Tickets are
This is the
available
reason
now
why
at
I wore number 20. This is
Yankees.com/tickets.
the reason why I tried to switch hit. I didn't.
John
last very long,
Montone,
but I tried.
right now at Ramsey
Howard
Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram,
Johnson,
we have a
welcome to the
full
show. Thanks so
lineup
much
of
for the
new
time.
2026
Yeah,
Jeep
Pete,
Grand
great to
Cherokees.
see ya.
Todd, I'm digging the refreshed look, new tech features, and that powerful new engine.
And during the Make This a Summer event happening at Ramsey, let your summer thrills begin with a new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo Altitude 4x4. Leased for $379 a month for 36 months.
Or drive off in a new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Limited 4x4. Lease for just $399 a month for 36 months.
Both offers with just $48.88 due at signing and 0% APR financing for 36 months.
So head to Ramsey and make this the summer before these deals fall away. Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
Exceptional people, exceptional deals.
Call 833-853-2969 for details. Tax, title, registration extra. $0 security deposit. VIN number TC258760 and T8564639. 0% APR. $27.78 per month for $1,000 finance. Ends 8/3/26.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Orgavatazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia. Movement that inspires. Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team for all they do.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
MSC Cruises feel so stylish and European. Let's espresso and gelato.
Espresso and gelato? Those aren't verbs.
Yeah, on MSC Cruises they are.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm into the American stuff. Let's coffee and soft serve.
Sounds like a plan. Maybe later we can chaise lounge and espadrille?
I think you mean pool chair and flip-flop.
For a limited time, get up to 30% off cruises, plus get up to $500 onboard credit and kids sail free. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Tune in to Odyssey Mets Radio on 880 AM. Brought to you by the #1 Westbury Toyota construction sale.
Start the day with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Don't wanna be an American idiot.
888-808-1019. No, we don't want to be an American idiot. We just want to be a general manager idiot. Yes, that's what we do with Queens, at least. Listen, we're going to step away from the Mets nonsense. Thank you, Paulie. Get the heck on out of here. It's back to the Yankees because they have so many needs right now, and the trade deadline is now, 3 full days away? Saturday, Sunday, then Monday at 6 o'clock is the trade deadline. So we're going to bring in Emmanual Berbari here, who is locked in on the Yankees like nobody else. He's been in the clubhouse. He's talked to all these guys. Let me bring in Emmanual Berbari right now. And you tell me, Emmanuel, and it's great to hear from you again, as we heard from you a few hours ago after the big win, the big 2-0 win over the Cubs. What's the vibe like with this team right now, especially the offense? Because the pitching has been phenomenal, but 10 of the last 14 games, the Yankees have scored less than three runs. That is a problem.
Yeah, I think the best way I could put it, Pete, and great to talk to you, is they're in the trenches right now. Like, the Yankees are in the trenches of the season, and they're just trying to find a way to, I don't want to just say keep themselves afloat, but just play good baseball during this time where their big boppers are still down. And that's really what I look to. When you zoom out on the season and the calendar, you look at around Labor Day, and that's around the time you should hopefully have Judge coming back and Stanton back and Bellinger hopefully back in the fold. But for right now, you look up and down the lineup, and there are guys who can get the job done, but on a night-in, night-out basis, your lineup just doesn't have the depth that you're accustomed to seeing. So today, you get a couple of big blows. You Salvi Managa, the second time through the order. Rosario hits one 450 feet, and Spencer Jones has really settled in and got more comfortable at the major league level. And you're doing just enough offensively, but it's just enough. That's what we've seen in these victories. I think the Yankees are very fortunate in some of these narrow games. Yeah, they lost 2 heartbreaking extra inning games to the White Sox, but more often than not, they've been winning these close, low-scoring games where the pitching has been elite and the defense has been elite. They got to keep doing that over this time, or else you're going to be on the short end because you're just not getting enough in the lineup right now.
Yeah, and all it takes, Emmanuel, is one bad play here or there, And we could see that, look at the World Series in Game 5. I mean, it takes a couple bad plays for you to lose a tight game. And you can't afford that when the Yankees are so good. Like, they still are one of the best teams in the league. They're still hunting down, though, Tampa Bay. You want that top seed like we saw last year. That was a big problem with the Yankees not going further, is they didn't have the home field advantage. You saw how that helped the Blue Jays out. But the Yankees need that top seed. That means they need to win more games. And you got 3 days to really make some major changes to this team. First of all, you made a statement that Labor Day for Aaron Judge. What makes you really think that Aaron Judge is going to be back in Labor Day? And are you 100% sold on that, or is it like 50-50 that he's going to be back?
So I'm just a math guy, Pete, and I'm trying to ballpark it for the three guys. So for Aaron Judge, you hope that it could be Labor Day, but you don't truly know. Nobody, you, me, anyone sitting in their car, at home, listening, anyone with the Yankees probably have a better idea than most, but no one truly knows until you image it again and you see that Aaron Judge is fully in the clear. Because the last time they imaged him, they were hoping for improvement, and they got improvement, but not enough to get him back to upper body and baseball activities. So until you can do that, no one can definitively stand here and say Aaron Judge is going to be back this season. They can say they expect it, and that's completely fair to say, but you can't say you expect him to be back this season. So I expect, based on that, Judge is confident, the Yankees are confident that he'll be back around that range, which is around the time Bellinger will be back and Stanton should be back. So I think the Labor Day ballpark is good for the three of them as of right now. And that's probably best case scenario of what we're looking at. And then the rest of the time is really, okay, what reinforcements are you building in at the trade deadline? Is your starting pitching going to continue to give you elite level performance? Because if they do, you're going to be in games more often than not, and you're going to compete with Tampa for the division, which you had alluded to is so important, because being a 1 seed versus being in a best of 3 wild card, maybe a rematch with the Boston Red Sox at this rate in the best of 3 wild card, even if it's at Yankee Stadium, you just don't want to be in that scenario, because you want to line up your pitching in a 5-game series and hopefully a 7-game series down the road. And that's the bedrock of this Yankee team. You don't want to put anything to chance in a best of 3.
No, I 100% agree with that. And again, I don't always say that for every team, but for the Yankees, like, this is a year that they need to go far. They need to be back in the World Series. And I know that you put pressure on them every year, but like they haven't won since 2009. They were there in 24. They took a step back last year. But here's why it's so important to make moves, my opinion here, is because you just alluded to, nobody really knows about Aaron Judge.
And that's the catch here, Pete, is no one knows right now, and no one could know until you re-image him and you can build him back up. And remember, Aaron Judge hasn't really done rampant upper body activity in a long time. So you got to build him up once you have this re-imaging in the clear. And moving forward, I think it's more important to think about Aaron Judge. Beyond this year, Judge isn't getting any younger. Garrett Cole's not getting any younger. Giancarlo Stanton, hopefully getting back, not getting any younger. Carlos Rodon, Max Fried, both on the other side of 30 years old. Those aren't the only guys who are in peak prime position to deliver you a championship. So while you can do it coinciding with the young guys who have developed so nicely in your system, whether it be a Ben Rice or a Cam Schlittler, et cetera, you got to win right now. In the American League, you're in perfect position to do it this year, which is why I expect the Yankees to be active at the deadline.
All right, so let's get to the deadline stuff, because, here's the reality. You, as a team that is where the Yankees are, you have the luxury of spending money. You also have the luxury of, they do have a very high, solid farm system that you have guys like George Lombard. You have guys that are playing right now in Dominguez and Spencer Jones that are highly touted. And Jones, who's now proven that he could hit lefties. He hit a home run today off a lefty. He's got power. If he can get more comfortable, maybe he is a significant bat. What is the more likely in your thoughts, that the Yankees are going to go and spend at the deadline, meaning trade for guys that are just going to cost a lot more money but less assets in the prospect world, or give up those prospects to go maybe get, maybe not a Mason Miller, because again, the Padres are still wishy-washy, but if it's a Tariq Skubal, hell, you know what? If that's what we got and he's the best player available and there's no one else that we can get that's going to be significant, let's go put the prospects out and go get him. Is that what is more likely?
I think the Yankees are going to be aggressive in the sense that any move that can put them over the top, and they're ready, if we're to project them being whole and healthy down the road, they're already very close to being a championship team. I think that's fair to say. You would agree, I would agree. With the Yankees at full strength, they're already close to being a championship team. So they're looking for over-the-top moves. And if anything presents itself, you mentioned a Mason Miller. We don't know truly some of these guys, whether they're going to be available. But the Yankees are going to be making all those calls. The Yankees are going to be in on those guys. Now, it's always discussed, to your point, about salary dumps and prospect capital versus maybe not giving up as much of your prospects, but taking on a contract or two. That's always discussed in the framework of these deals. I think the Yankees are looking at whatever makes sense, and ultimately it comes down to who's available. And I think this is what makes this trade deadline a little bit more unknown than most. Tariq Skubal, we didn't know for a while. Now it seems inevitable that he's going to get moved with the way things have gone for the Tigers over the last couple of weeks. Even Casey Mize got scratched from the start. So the Tigers are in complete sell mode. That should tell you all you need to know. They even DFA'd Rogers and Skubal's personal catcher. That tells you all you need to know about where the Tigers are headed and what they're going to do. But other teams, you have no earthly idea. We have no clue whether these teams are going to buy, whether they're going to sell, and just look at the standings. I would implore anybody who's wondering, why aren't you sure? Why don't you know who's going to buy or sell? Look at the standings right now and how many teams are at 500 or a game or two below or above 500. It is unprecedented how many teams are in that gray area, not knowing whether, look, let's try to make a run and squeak into the postseason and take our shot in a crapshoot, or, we just don't think we're good enough and let's look out for the longer term. Also, there's that lingering effect that you and I don't know about. We couldn't honestly sit and look at a crystal ball and say, we know what's going to happen next year. But there's that looming possible work stoppage. If a team thinks, okay, this year we can go into the postseason and make a run and really give teams scares, why not take your shot this year? We don't know what the financial frameworks of baseball are going to look like next year. And I think that's one of the reasons why if the Dodgers have a chance to land a Tariq Skubal, they're going to take their swing. They won back-to-back championships. They don't know what things are going to look like next year. They're going to do it because why not? Why can't we do it? So it's really a fascinating deadline in terms of we don't know what's going to happen until about, let's say, 3 or 4 hours before the deadline when certain teams say we are definitively selling.
So you think this is going to be a very slow-moving deadline then, if that's the case? That means the next few days, it's going to be a lot of conversation, but nothing's going to happen, and which is crazy because here's a reality. You just nailed it, though. Like, I'm looking at the Orioles because I've had to fight with everybody that the Mets are terrible this year, and partly because Pete Alonso didn't return, and everyone's going, well, look at the Orioles. They're not that good. They're 3 games under 500 right now, to your point, which is not that far. That's 2.5 games out of a wild card spot, and they're tied with the Phillies. So if they win, they're back to they're 2 games out of a wild card and 2 games under 500. Like, everybody's in it. There's 6 teams that aren't in it, and one of those teams is in Queens, the New York Mets. We know how ridiculous it is that we've gone through, hey, this would be a great trade with the Mets and the Yankees. But this year, when a team like the Yankees are buying, and there's so few teams that we don't know, we only know that there's like 6 teams that are definitely going to be selling. The likelihood of a Mets-Yankee trade is more likely, especially with the Mets trading everybody.
Oh, this would be the right year for a Yankees-Mets trade. And I know the Yankees and Mets don't normally trade at scale. Like any move we see the Yankees and Mets make with each other, it's typically on the margins. It's not something that's going to be earth-shattering. You're not looking at, oh, wow, Francisco Lindor just got moved crosstown. You don't look at those type of moves and say, that's a crosstown trade that's realistic. But this would be the year, if there's any year, where at least a mid-level move that shifts the needle in the Yankees' direction, and the Mets could get fairly compensated in return. This is the type of year where you look at it and say, more so than any season, the Yankees and Mets could deal, because the Mets are a definitive seller and the Yankees are a definitive buyer. you look at the Orioles, I think that's a perfect point you brought up. They're the case study. Like, they are on the doorstep of the postseason. They're not any good. I'm sorry. They're not a good baseball team. And I think they know that deep down. But I don't blame any organization or ownership group that looks at it and says, so why shouldn't we take our shot? That we can squeak into the postseason. We have talent. We have guys who are underperforming that we expected more from. Now, the Tigers, on the flip side, they're going to sell because of the way they played the last couple of weeks, and they buried themselves early. But if the Tigers squeaked in, I think they would be far more dangerous than a Baltimore. Yet the Orioles just happen to be in a better position. So that's sort of the conundrum that front offices are going through right now. Like, are we any good? The Mets know they're not any good. The Yankees know they're good. And I think there are needs that fit on both sides, where the Yankee prospect capital, the Mets have a Tyrone Taylor and a Brooks Raley. They have guys you could realistically see fitting in that aren't a Francisco Lindor. And those are the type of moves where the Mets wouldn't get crucified for trading somebody like that cross town, because that's a role player type as opposed to a superstar or shattering type move.
So you're telling me Francisco Lindor and it is to the Yankees is not happening?
I would be surprised. I mean, would I be interested and fascinated by that type of move? Sure. But I would always be surprised if the caliber of Francisco Lindor was traded across town. I'd just be shocked by that.
Yeah, you know what? And here's the thing is, because we're talking about, and this is the reality, Emmanuel, we're sitting there, and I know Caballero has a lot of spark to him. He's got fire. And by the way, as we're speaking of it, Lindor just smashes a home run to right field. So, he's back to being his prime self in the summertime. He heats up, but that's beside the point. The shortstop situation for the Yankees is, an issue, to say the least. We could sit there and talk about Volpe and say, oh, we got to give him time. He's not that bad defensively. He makes an error here or there, but then you got to look at the other plays. Whatever you want to say, he is not the guy. And it's tough to say that because a lot of people like him. He's a good kid, all that stuff. It's just not working out here. Jose Caballero is not the guy either, even though he adds a little spark to it here and there. Like today, that challenge that they called, he ran off the field. He was off the field before the umpire could even make the call, but he's that guy. He just has something about him, so he adds a little edge to it. That is a perfect spot for the Yankees to go and beef up. They are desperate need for a shortstop. Who is the likelihood to go fill it if it's not Lindor?
George Lombard. And that's what I would tell you is I don't think the Yankees are necessarily looking at this as if we need to make a move at the shortstop position. They've had their eyes on a guy who's in their own system for quite some time, who we don't know if he'll be a superstar or not, but we know he checks all the boxes. We know he has all the tools. And I would just be stunned if the Yankees and Mets, given they never link up on moves to that caliber, right? Yeah. Like we could see, if Tyrone Taylor was traded to the Yankees tomorrow, would you be surprised? No. If Brooks Raley was, would you be surprised? No. If Francisco Lindor was, just based on history, we'd be surprised. I think there's two different elements here. Do the Yankees have interest in a player of that caliber at that position? Absolutely. Do they also have a guy they're really high on in the minors who could be up in the next few days? I can see a world where the Yankees finish the trade deadline, all the dust settles, and they coincided with an announcement, we're calling up George Lombard because he's big league ready and we want him for this stretch run and to get his feet wet in the month of August before he can really get accustomed to big league pitching and then be a big factor down the stretch. So I think two things can be true. The Yankees are interested in that position and shortstop and what Lombard has to provide, and they're also interested in other shortstops. I'm sure they're making calls all across the league, but I'm not sure if that shortstop's going to be a Lindor.
So if you're telling me that Lombard's going to be the guy, why haven't they made the move yet? Like, what's the reason? We've been sitting here with Anthony Volpe forever. Is it just because they want to give him as much time as possible? Anthony Volpe is to earn that job, to win that job? Or is it because, to me, if Lombard's ready, call him up. Maybe he'd add a spark to the offense too.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, and I'm sure you could be splitting hairs this week, next week, the prior week, 2 weeks from now. Like at a certain point, you just call the guy up and see what he has to do and get him acclimated to the major league level. The way the Yankees look at it is they don't want to make a mistake maybe it's not a mistake with Anthony Volpe when they called him up, but you need to make sure this guy's a prized item. This guy could be a future superstar. You don't want to play with his development in any way, shape, or form. He hasn't played that many games at the AAA level. And they've known his big league caliber defense has been there for quite some time. They'd have no trepidation early this year, last year, calling up George Lombard, letting him play shortstop at the major league level. They know that part of his game is a given. The question has been the hitting, and he's checked every box since he's gone back from his injury this year, which in turn hasn't given as many games at the AAA level. When he got back, he had back-to-back home runs, back-to-back days. And you started thinking, wow, like this guy's continuing the momentum he had pre-injury. He might be big league ready, but he still played only so many games at the AAA level. I think that's more of it than any sort of service time or any sort of off-the-wall theories about why the Yankees haven't called him up. I think it's more likely they just don't want to play with this guy's development. They really value the person, George Lombard, and they don't want to rush him. And then maybe after the trade deadline, they feel, hey, he's had enough at-bats at the AAA level, and they call him up sometime in August. I can't really see through, but I think that's the most likely is they're trying to balance, okay, the development of this kid and not putting him in a bad spot, while also what's best for this year's team.
Emmanual Berbari with us right now. He covers the Yankees, or he does the post in the pregame with the Yankees on WFAN. Sometimes fills in and does the play-by-play, which is amazing when you're there because Emmanuel has a voice of an angel. And what he did for me last year for my my little league team, Eastchester Little League, and the kids loved it. He recorded all their names and for all the intros, and every single mother and father and kid came up and give me hugs. I'm like, it's not for me. You owe Emmanuel. So if you run into people and they just start giving you hugs, they're probably from Eastchester. Just let you know that.
You know what? That's good to know. That's fair warning if I run into somebody from Eastchester, or at least if I run into somebody I don't know is from Eastchester and I have a decent idea of who it could be. But I got to ask you, is this still in rotation? Like, are those voice recordings are they still in the purview?
The kids keep their number. They've all kept their number.
Okay.
They're all on the same team. We do have a new addition, so he needs some a new recording. So I do have to bust your chops on that, but we'll do that for the fall because guess what? There's a fall league too. It never ends, Emmanuel. It just continues to
great.
go. Yeah, but
it's great. You could keep the vocal cords loose. I could record a new batch for you come the fall.
I love it. And I need another favor from you because
sure.
We talked about the shortstop position. There's somebody currently on the team who is a free agent at the end of the year. There's not a given he's going to come back. There's not a given there's going to be a contract offer. There's really not a given at all with him. He is productive at times, and other times he walks out there with a lollipop in his mouth. That's Jazz Chisholm. My son, I just spent a ton of money on a Jazz Chisholm camp on this Thursday. He's going to go and hang out with them. He's going to he's going to take a picture with them. He's going to take a camp with them. He's going to have a one-on-one session with them. It's going to be awesome. Unless he gets traded, is there a world that Jazz Chisholm is not a New York Yankee come Monday night?
I never say never to anything. You know, I have a habit of, we've seen trades over the years where guys on the current team, I remember back, and there are several examples of this, I never expected Jordan Montgomery to get traded for Harrison Bader. You know, he was such a fixture in that Yankee rotation and a promising up-and-coming pitcher. Not even up-and-coming at that point. I view Jordan Montgomery as an established lefty starter in the league at the point where he got traded for a need, an everyday center fielder in Harrison Bader. That might be a little bit of an off-the-wall comparison, considering we're talking about Jazz Chisholm, who's playing second every day for this Yankee team. But it just goes to show you never know. Like, names are floated, calls are made. And one thing I've learned from talking to people over the years is that the far-fetched, fantasy baseball type trades that fans might dream about, I dream about when I think about the Yankee team. Oh, how could they shore up this position or that position? I do it every offseason. And you think about the wildest dreams and you think about the reality as well. A lot of those deals and then some are actually discussed. It doesn't mean they get far. It doesn't mean they get to the finish line. It doesn't mean they get close to pen to paper. It doesn't mean anything happens. It just means they're discussed. So Jazz Chisholm or any player on the Yankee roster that's maybe not named one of their fundamental cornerstone players, I'm sure they come up in conversation. So I would never say never to anything. All I would say is that the Yankees think Jazz Chisholm hasn't lived up to exactly what he can be. He's still putting up astronomical numbers when you consider.
Well,
think about how you and I
he's not
discussed
putting up
Jazz
50-50 numbers. He didn't say he
No.
was going to be 50-50 this year?
Well, I mean, astronomical compared to that. Everything's relative. But based on what you and I expected and what you and I have seen, would you think that Jazz Chisholm has an outside shot at 2040 this year? Based on the way he's been talked about, would you think he has a shot at 2040?
No,
He's going to get 2040 in his sleep. So this is a valuable player who hasn't been consistent for the Yankees this year. He's admitted, he said he stunk when he was asked how he's played this year. He's very self-aware and honest about it. So this guy could be part of the Yankee solution. You never know what's going to happen at the trade deadline. But what I would say is this guy can be very valuable, and the best baseball definitely could be in front of him because we saw a way more consistent Jazz Chisholm even last year than what we've seen the first, 4 months of this year.
So, again, I'm Emmanuel Berbari with us for a few more minutes. Second base, you seem like he's going to be there. Jazz Chisholm. Shortstop, you're saying Lombard. We know first base is Ben Rice is right now with Paul Goldschmidt spelling at times. Let's go to third base. Are they going to make an upgrade? Ryan McMahon's defense is good enough, but his bat's not the best. Unless they go and make a significant move in the outfield or catcher or maybe even DH. But again, you got Stanton coming back, like you said, and Judge potentially and Bellinger. Third base and catcher are really the two positions, if it's not shortstop, that you're going to focus on. So between let's combine it between third base and catcher. What's more likely? Who is going to be added to this team between third base and catcher? Is there one of those two spots?
Way more likely catcher. And I think that's the one that's had buzz and smoke and fire even over the last few weeks. The Yankees want to make an upgrade there. It doesn't mean me saying that they look at the catcher position as an area for improvement. Doesn't mean Austin Wells is gone. I know people sometimes look at it that way. The Yankees believe in Austin Wells, and I think he'll be part of the picture in some way, shape, or form. Like if Austin Wells' playing time is reduced after the deadline, but they bring in a righty hitting catcher who can tag team or be the starter, and Austin Wells plays, let's say, 2 times a week, would any of us be shocked? No, because they value Wells a lot. And also, even if Wells wasn't hitting, and I think anything he does more than what the production has stood for this year the rest of the way, that would be an improvement because Austin Wells, admittedly, it's been a nightmarish offensive season for him. But defensively, he knows the staff. He's really valuable. He frames well. And that's one of the trepidations for any team adding a catcher midseason, especially a team in contention, is you look at it and say, you got to learn an entire new pitching staff. You know, even what Ali Sanchez has done, he was in spring training with this team, but he had to pick it up on the fly when he got called up from AAA, and he's actually done a nice job with the pitching staff. That's a big endeavor. So I think Austin Wells will be part of this no matter what. The question becomes which righty hitting catcher either platoons with him or starts, and then Wells drops back into the periphery, maybe a start or two a week. Wells will be there, is my gut. The Yankees are going to look to improve that second catcher position.
If it's not Ryan Jeffers because the Twins are trading, and if it's not Shea Langoliers because he's hurt, who could it possibly be? I mean, who are they looking at? Are they looking at Hunter Goodman? I think would be a very hefty price tag. Is that worth all your prospects?
He's on my big board. I love Hunter Goodman. And you look at his home road splits, he's actually hitting far better on the road this year. When you talk about the Coors Field factor, he hits righties, he hits lefties. There's a lot of talk about his defense. I think he does at least an adequate job behind the plate, and the Yankees could work with him. I think Hunter Goodman is a perfect fit for the Yankees. The question becomes, there are reports out there the Rockies asked for a George Lombard. I don't blame them. When you have a catcher who has hit 30-plus home runs already this year, has prodigious offensive skill set, and is young and has years of control, what's not to like? Of course you ask for a George Lombard in return. But can the Yankees talk them down from that level? There have been talks. The question is, can you get that deal to the finish line? But I think Hunter Goodman would be an amazing fit for this team.
Right. And you, like Emmanuel Berbari with us, like you said earlier, you think that Lombard's going to be the shortstop the rest of the way. At some point in time, he's going to get called up. So if you trade Lombard and you bring in Hunter Goodman, then you're basically, you're improving.
You're
one spot.
canceling something out.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, would you then think that they're actively going to get a shortstop? I mean, I think that they still want to have a better. If they make that move, if they take that risk and take the prospect. Let's put it this way. Someone asked a good question before, and let's hear what you think about it. The Padres with Manny Machado's contract. Again, it's absurd, right? We all know that. He's an upgrade defensively over McMahon, and he's still got a little pop left. He's not young by any means.
I take it.
But
if
you put him with Mason Miller, what are you going to do? Are you going to go prospects, or are you going to pay off the contract? Because you got to remember, it's going to be what you're not going to take Mason Miller and Machado and be like, well, we're not paying for any of Machado, but we're also not going to give you George Lombard. So if you're the Yankees, what are you going to do?
Right. I think the headwinds have shifted a little bit over the last week or so. I brought this up when I was with you guys last week with C-Mac on the Carton Show, and I had mentioned how Machado and Miller would be like the dream scenario where you land your bullpen piece, and not just a piece, but a lights-out back-end piece, and then you attach a contract where maybe you're not giving up as much prospect capital. That's the dream scenario where probably not realistic. It's probably not going to happen. But if you put Manny Machado over at third base, even at his age, you worry about let's call it a leaner years later, and you worry about right now where Machado would have a big chip on his shoulder. He's not completely diminished offensively. He's still hitting home runs, just having a down year average-wise. You plop into a pennant race on this Yankee team. It's a match made in heaven. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think it would be an ideal type of move. Now, when you look elsewhere at a possible Hunter Goodman type of trade, you wonder, okay, what's the breaking point? What are the breaking points in these discussions? And George Lombard is a name that the Colorado Rockies have asked about. I will give you a prediction right now. George Lombard's not getting traded. I just don't see that happening at this deadline. I could see any other asset, any sort of creative move happening with the Yankees. And I think the Yankees are in a position to swing big because they are an all-in team and they have the possibility to win it all this year, given not just aging. I'm not going to call it aging, but you have guys peak performance prime right now. The Aaron Judge championship window is closing to some extent. You can win this year. You're right there. It's within your grasp.
Yeah.
You want to get back to the World Series and take your shot, whether it's the Dodgers or any other team out of the National League. So I think the Yankees will move anybody except George Lombard. That's the way I look at it.
No, well, that's going to be something, because if they can make a big splash and keep Lombard, I mean, you're talking about, like you said, you got all bases basically covered. You got your shortstop. You potentially have a new catcher. So your prediction: how many trades over under? I guess 3.5. How many moves will the Yankees make before the deadline?
Okay, let's go moves of substance, because there's always that trade maybe we don't expect, or a guy on the margins that trickles in at the last second. Last year, the Yankees, I recall, they were very active, and they made several moves, whether it was the bullpen, whether it was Rosario or Caballero. The Yankees were very active at the deadline last year, and they fortified the bullpen in several different areas. So I expect the Yankees this year to make moves of substance over under 2.5. Would be the number I say.
Got it.
2.5. And I put it at that number because it could end up being 5, but maybe the last two aren't moves that we're writing home about. They could factor in later on in a big time way, but they're not those names that we start talking about and saying, wow, that guy's going to be impacting in our lineup tomorrow.
No,
right?
You're right. Caballero, we've been talking about for the past year. I mean, once he got here, we've been talking about him constantly.
Exactly.
But we didn't expect it at the time.
Exactly. So I expect maybe a couple tack-on moves on top of the moves of substance that I'm talking about. But let's go over under 2.5 on substantial moves. I think the Yankees will make 2 or 3 moves that we're discussing come Tuesday as moves that can move the needle for this team.
And if you have to take one, not guaranteed, but if there's one guy that you think is most likely a Yankee come the end of the trade deadline, who is it? Who's not currently a Yankee right now?
That's a great question. If I had to guess, and all this is just speculation, because you never know how these conversations develop, but I think you're going to see a catcher, we're using the word substance added to the Yankees. And my big board dream scenario Would the Orioles trade you an Adley Rutschman? Would they? You're in division. Are they buyers or are they sellers? They're more likely sellers, but they're trying to all figure that out and calculate it as we go. That's the type of guy I'd put at the top of my big board, right next to a Hunter Goodman. So I think the catching position is the blatant one where the Yankees have been hunting, they've been searching, and I think it's just as likely they land somebody massive as maybe they do nothing at all. And they try to take their shot at Bellinger coming back and Judge coming back and Stanton coming back. The best pitching staff in the league. Let's go. Let's get into a playoff series and take our shot. That's always within the realm of possibility. But I think one of those big catchers will be a Yankee.
And I think it is safe to say, you nailed it. I mean, they have the best pitching staff in the league. I mean, maybe the Dodgers, but they truly do. Between Schlittler, between Fried when he's healthy, because he's been a little rough his last game. But Garrett Cole is not saying he's back to being Cy Young material, but I mean, he can give you a good 6-7 innings. And
he's right there.
Yeah, I mean, he truly is. And Will Warren had a great outing today. I mean, you talk about this pitching staff. I mean, when they're fully healthy, they are a scary, scary pitching staff. And you already have a solid bullpen. So that is one part of this team right now that is not saying it's underrated by any means, but I don't think we give it as much credit and don't realize, like you talk about like the Atlanta Braves of the 90s of like, Maddox and Smoltz and Glavine. I mean, the Yankees have that right now.
Yeah, well, and it's also rounded in a form when you're talking about the bullpen over the last couple of months where you've had guys emerge, like a Paul Blackburn. When do we expect Paul Blackburn to be not a nice piece, but a guy at the back end of that Yankee bullpen? And look at today. Inning in a third gets you out of trouble and strikes out the side dominantly in the 8th inning. So the Yankees trust tree is the way I would put it. It's grown. The branches have been added to the trust tree over the last month or so. Brent Hedrick's been phenomenal all year. Fernando Cruz is a guy who can get you out of a fire. Tim Hill has sort of been uneven this year as opposed to what we'd expect, but you still, at some point, you'd think he's going to come into form. And David Bednar has been a rock now at the back end of that bullpen for some time. So I think that Yankee bullpen is way more, not a short thing, but closer to it than any time that we've been discussing it over the last few weeks. The starting pitching is phenomenal, and that's the strength of this team. The Yankees are more predicated on that starting pitching than any Yankee team I can remember in recent memory. And the way I would always say it is, look, let's say the Yankees did nothing at the trade deadline. You don't want them to do nothing. I don't want them to do nothing. Nobody wants them to do nothing. But if they did, if they go into a playoff series, let's say Fried, Cole, Schlittler, and Rodon were on the Yankees' opponent. Let's say they were on Detroit or Boston or Tampa or Houston. We would all be saying, wow, my goodness, how are the Yankees going to hit these guys? And you'd be a little bit scared about that series. So that's always the saving grace and the bedrock of this Yankee team is, look, more often than not, you should be in a game. You should have a chance to win a game, and you should de-emphasize the bullpen a bit because these guys should be giving you 6 innings, 7 innings. So you have 6 outs to piece together instead of 8, 9, 10, 11. So I think that starting pitching is a major strength. And you also have guys like Weathers and Warren and Clark Schmidt eventually, who can factor in your bullpen. So this Yankee pitching is really a strength, and that's why I would hate to see us overanalyze the deadline as something that's going to make or break the season. It can really help you. It could put you over the top, but it also isn't the end-all, be-all.
Well, Emmanuel, listen, we're looking forward to what happens in the next few days here with the New York Yankees, and then we're looking forward to the playoffs with them because that's the guarantee. That's the one thing that Brian Cashman does every year is basically guarantees this Yankee team is going to be in the playoffs. But Emmanuel Berbari does pre and post for WFAN. You hear him all the time here. He joins Craig and C-Mac. He does it all. He is the best. And Emmanuel, thank you again for staying up late with me on a Friday night. I know you worked your butt off earlier, but appreciate you joining me, bro.
Of course, Pete. I appreciate you, and I'll have those lineup introductions ready for you by a few months from now.
Look at that, Emmanuel. I appreciate you, man. He's always coming through in the clutch. You can't help it. But Emmanuel Berbari, everybody.
Now we're talking.
Oh, exactly. Now thank you, Paul. Paulie's giving me the cut sign saying, "Kill him. We got to take a break." I haven't broke, but it's important stuff here. We're talking about. We're talking about the Yankees and the postseason and the trade deadline. And you hear from Emmanuel. It's like, this is the best team in the American League right now. It's crazy, and they're not at all cylinders because there's no offense. There's no offense. But they're gonna get there. They're gonna make a move. We just don't know what it's going to be. And again, like, I feel it's going to be significant. The one thing I disagree with Emmanuel, and I get where he's coming from. He thinks George Lombard is going to be the shortstop for this Yankee team. I think if you're going to get a top player like a Mason Miller or Tariq Skubal or anybody like that, I don't see how you keep George Lombard on this team. I just don't. I don't. But we'll get into that more. Take your phone calls. Got to take a quick break. Again, John Morosi coming up at 10 to break down the entire league and the trade deadline. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 1. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN. There you go.
Your NFL destination station is The Fan.
Which Gino are we going to get? We're going to get the distracted one with all the stuff off the field. We're going to get the one that was, pretty decent back in Seattle a couple of years ago. I don't think you'll get the one that you saw last year.
NFL MVP Boomer Esiason and Giants legend Tiki Barber hit you with the most informed opinions, taking you inside the team facility and inside the huddle like no one else can.
I hope that John Harbaugh goes hard as hell on these guys so that they're prepared for what the regular season in the NFL is.
The greats talk shop with you here all season long on your home for everything NFL. 1019 FM WFAN.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't waste time looking for the lowest price on Bridgestone tires, because when it comes to Bridgestone tires, nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. That's right. You get the guaranteed lowest price, plus the most free services for life on your new Bridgestone tires. Town Fair Tire is the area's largest discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. The Indiana Fever are in a groove thanks to their high-powered offense. The backcourt duo of Caitlin Clark and Kelsey Mitchell are two of the WNBA's top scorers, combining for 60 points in a 105-95 road victory over the Seattle Storm Tuesday. That's 4 straight wins for Indy, now sitting at 18-10 on the season. The Fever's potent offense averages just under 96 points per game, the most in the league. They've hit the century mark in each game of the streak. So naturally, head coach Stephanie White is focused on shoring up the other side of the ball.
You know, it's kind of ironic being a defensive-oriented coach because I didn't play a lot of defense when I was a player. You know, certainly understanding and knowing what it's going to take for us on that end to accomplish the things that we want to accomplish.
The Fever can grab their 5th win in a row tonight when they visit the Portland Fire. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Annie Lawrence on Westwood.
Knock, knock, Capital One Bank guy.
Wow, Charles Barkley?
I just moved into the neighborhood. Can I borrow some Wi-Fi?
Sure, Chuck. That's what the Capital One Cafe is here for. Open 7 days a week.
Oh, can I use your ATM? My dog walker only takes cash.
Anything for a neighbor.
Can I try the catchphrase?
Sure, take it for a spin.
There's no fees and minimums on Capital One checking accounts.
Nice, Chuck. I'll take it from here. Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com/bank guide for details. Capital One and a member FDIC.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Orgavada Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey there, homeowners. The Powerball jackpot is up to $707 million. That's enough money to finally put that pool in your backyard Olympic-sized. Get your ticket today.
The Make This the Summer event is happening right now at Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram with a full lineup of new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokees. But hurry, before these deals fall away. Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Exceptional people, exceptional deals.
The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
19 is Pete Hoff with you on the fan till 1 when Gordon Damer takes over. We got John Morosi coming up in about 10 minutes or so. And then we got Howard Johnson at 11 o'clock as he joined me as the Mets are celebrating their 40th anniversary on Saturday. And we're so lucky. But I actually am lucky because Howard Johnson's the man. He's my favorite ball player. So I was able to speak to him early in the week, and he's awesome. You get to hear that, and then we'll post it on social media as well, so you can check that out. But Fan Focus. This Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. And I was just telling Paulie, this may not affect many people, but for me, this is annoying. And this is maybe if you're better or whatever the case is, but the Reds Pirate game. The Reds Pirate game. Nobody cares about that, right? But maybe if you're putting a little shekels on some games, whatever. The Reds Pirate game. It's 7-5 after going into the bottom of the 8th. I forget what pitcher comes in, but he blows the game in the top of the 8th. So the Pirates scored 3 runs. So now it's 7-5 Pirates. The Reds fight back. The Reds are now winning 8-7. They're going into the top of the 9th inning. Emilio Pagan, who, by the way, if the Reds were out of it, you might be looking at him as a player to buy at the deadline. because he's been phenomenal since he's come back from the IL. Emilio Pagan comes in, gets 2 outs, hits a ball, hits a guy, and then gets the 3rd out. So it's basically a 1-2-3 inning with the hit by pitch in between. Regardless, that's called a save. When you walk in and there's a lead and the score is 8-7 and you finish the game, that's a save. They gave him the win. And in my fantasy league, I don't need any more wins. I need saves. And I can't get a save, even though I got 6 different closers on my team. I can't buy a save. It's unbelievable. So that's my focus right now is, what the hell is up with that? Why is Emilio Pagan getting a win when he clearly saved the game? So if someone can answer that, call me, 888-808-1019. Let's get to the phone calls quickly before we got to take a break here. Moose is in Jamaica. You want to talk Yankees Mets trade deadline? What's up?
What's going on, Hoff? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I can.
Cool.
Yes.
How's everything, Hoff? How's everything?
I'm living the dream right now. I'm on air. I'm talking to you. I'm having a good day. The Mets are losing, which is what's new. The Yankees won, so that's good. I'm just getting I'm getting excited about the deadline, even though, like, you talk to Emmanuel, he's like, you're not going to really, you may not see a trade until like the last 4 hours of the day on Monday, which is crazy to me, by the way.
And that's the thing, Hoff.
Yes.
I know for a fact that Cashman is exhausting every single bargain / marginal upgrade to blockbuster to, because he's talking with his most deepest scouts of his own team and other teams on basically what he can give up the least of to get the most out of the next team. And you know, with the nature of approximately 20 or 21 or 22 teams still being in the race, because you have to look at this realistically.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are in the race, Moose, and that's true.
How many teams? Go to the standings right now of the AL and the NL wild card. How many teams are at least 7 games back?
No,
there's
6 teams. Moose. There's 6 teams that are out of it. It's the Giants, the Mets, the Rockies, the Angels, the I'm blanking on. Why am I blanking on the other 2? But there's 3 teams in the American League, 3 teams in the National League. That's what it is. And I get it. Like, there's only 6 teams you can really work with right now. But guess what? They all have something to offer. Like, think about the Angels. They have Zach Neto. If you're not calling up George Lombard if to trade him, Zach Neto, perfect guy to bring to this team at shortstop. I mean, hell, I'd go for Mike Trout too. Combo it together. Pull the Machado, Mason Miller move. Pull the Rafael Devers, Willie Adames move, even though that's a lot more money. The Athletics, the Royals, and the Angels are the 3 teams that are basically out of it in the American League. So it's the Royals, the Athletics, the Angels, the Giants, the Mets, and the Rockies. Those 6 teams, that's it right now. This weekend is going to be huge. The next 2 games, for Saturday and Sunday, are going to be huge for a lot of these teams. It could decide if you lose 2 in a row, you could be 7 games out. Maybe you decide to just trade off. All right, we're going to talk about all of that and more with John Morosi at MLB Network coming up on The Fan. Stay tuned. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. But John Morosi next on The Fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN, and also.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan. 1019 FM.
Scooble, who I guess every insider saying there's momentum. They got the most prospects. It's what's going to happen. So they got the best pitcher on the market going to the best team, and then they win again. I mean, there's just, what are the players going to say? What side of the players going to say if the owners are pushing the hey, we need to make this more fair for everybody else?
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up. I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman wants parents and families to know the warning signs of opioid addiction. Sometimes addiction doesn't announce itself. It can look like exhaustion, failing grades, sudden mood changes, missing pills from the medicine cabinet. These may be signs someone you love needs help. Don't ignore what you're seeing. Opioid deaths are down in Nassau County, but one life lost is one too many. If you or a loved one need help, call 516-227-TALK. It could save a life.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit fwweb.com to find one near you.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/Inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Big truck crash at Victory Boulevard and Bay Street? Showman and Hill injury lawyers are the biggest defenders of justice. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Showman and Hill. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Showman and Hill injury lawyers.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-500-3495. 800-500-3495. 800-500-3495.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart.
Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on the WFAN contest page.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. And Odyssey Sports Station.
888-808-1019. It's 10 o'clock here on WFAN. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the fan, and we got a very special guest as the baseball trade deadline is only 3 days away. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whatever it is, 72 hours away. And we have, probably not even good math. I don't know. My math is not my thing. John Morosi is here to lay it all out. MLB Network's John Morosi. First of all, before we do anything, Macklin Celebrini signing a major contract with San Jose Sharks. To me, very worthwhile, but only if they add other pieces to it. Am I wrong?
I agree with you, Pete, but here's what I'll say about the Sharks is they've already started the adding. They have had, even in addition to Celebrini, some very good drafts in recent years, including this year, to where they already have an excellent group of young talent. This is now, in a lot of ways, a young person's NHL where you can be a very young player, as you witnessed with Celebrini, now the highest paid player in the NHL, and Matthew Schaefer with all he did for the Islanders. This is an era where having a very young roster can be a very good thing. And the Sharks, it's not just Celebrini, it's Misa, Dickinson, of course, were in the same draft class not long ago. They've got a lot of talent right now in San Jose. So I think they've already added to it. They'll keep adding, and this is going to be a very dangerous team. I believe it's now that next generation. You talk so much about the days of yore with Burns and Thornton and Couture and that group. I think now it's a new group now.
Now, if
they only could get a goalie,
that'd be nice. Because I think what was the goals against last year was like 6. It feels like at least. But John Morosi joining us. We're not talking hockey, but I had to get that off my chest because when I saw that the other day, I was like, I like it. It's a good move. He's unbelievable. But again, it's about the focus of the New York area with the Mets and the Yankees, because you have two teams in different worlds right now. You have the Yankees, who are by far the best team in the American League, even though the record doesn't say it with the attempt they raised. And then you got the Mets with one of the worst records in baseball, looking to shed, as much as possible. I asked someone earlier who's close with the team, with the Yankees, Emmanuel Berbari. He said he'll never see a trade of Lindor to the Yankees. But you talk about a shortstop position that the Yankees are craving for. They have George Lombard Jr., but you're telling me that there's nothing they could do to make a deal for Francisco Lindor? It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's lined up. The stud of the Mets going to the Yankees and bringing a championship back to the Yankees. I mean, that'd be amazing.
If Lindor was the only option at shortstop in the industry right now, then I could see it. It'd be complicated, but I could see it. There are, though, a few issues with this. Number one, Zach Neto is a cleaner fit. If you look at it, he's not owed as much money. He fits into the existing leadership structure at a lower point. Let's say Lindor comes over, all of a sudden he's now one of the principal players on that team, and how does he fit in with the structure of Judge and Bellinger? I realize they're on the injured list right now, but it gets a little crowded in that room from that standpoint. I would also say Otto Lopez fits this team in a little bit of a better and cleaner way, just from the standpoint of the roster and the money, than Lindor would. So it's a lot of money. And then you start to wonder, if the Yankees are not going to take on the entire salary, then you've got the Yankees and Mets trying to divvy up who's going to take what percentage. That seems way too complicated to me in terms of how the deals could get done between those two teams. Again, I get it from a baseball standpoint. I agree the Mets would benefit from no longer having Lindor's contract. I understand that, and maybe at that point it becomes fully Soto's team, and some of those other leadership dynamics that we've talked about a lot this year start to melt away. I just think the Yankees can go to other places to address their shortstop issues and their overall infield production issues without taking on some of the inherent complexities of acquiring Lindor from across town.
Now, you talk about Zach Neto being one, but it seems like, even though he still has service time and whatnot, there's still like 3 or 4 years of control with him. You may have to, if you're the Yankees, you may have to give up big level prospects that you're not as willing to do in the past. Are the Yankees going to, and especially in a year where they with the whole thing, they can get to the World Series and you don't know what's going to happen to Judge? Do they have to almost act like Judge is not coming back?
So here are a couple thoughts there. Number one, I do think that as hard as this is to say, you have to look at the contributions of Judge in September and perhaps even October as being a bonus. You can't really plan just based on how much time he's missed and how long it's been and just the uncertainty surrounding the injury itself. It's really hard to plan on a particular level of production when a player's been out for that long, whether it's Aaron Judge or anyone else. For that reason, you have to look at addressing the outfield too, at least getting some more outfield production, because again, now Bellinger's out. Stanton obviously has had a lot of injury issues too. So I do agree with the premise that you're offering, Pete, that you would have to give up from one of the higher levels of the organization, but you may also be able to make some progress by moving on from some players that it doesn't appear to me, especially a Spencer Jones, for example, that he hasn't really had the opportunity and the runway to become a consistent part of this team, and it may not happen for him in New York. I agree with the premise that it'd be really hard to trade Lombard for a shorter-term player, but they also have to realize that Lombard, if you keep him, he doesn't have to be the shortstop. He can play elsewhere in the infield. If you get a true shortstop who's already proven it at the major league level, which is exactly what Neto is, I think a lot of the rest of the lineup starts to make sense. I would also add this. I would like to see, especially when you consider the fact that the Yankees have some different DH options at the moment. Why not get Gleyber Torres back from the Tigers? You know he hits in New York. It's a great right-handed bat. He's been in the playoffs before. He's been in the World Series before. I think Gleyber Torres is a really good fit for this team, especially as you realize that maybe Jazz Chisholm won't be on this team in 2027.
Does that mean that you're trading Jazz or you're just adding
adding
to the roster?
I think you're adding right now. I think that there's, to me, I would say this, Pete, the Yankees are in no position to trade away healthy position players at the major league level. They don't have enough of them to do that.
Right.
So I think you certainly can make some moves from your minor league depth, I would say. But the one thing I will say too, though, is that typically the Yankees have been in a situation this time of year where they've been desperate or really aggressive in needing to add a top of the rotation starter, a 1, 2, or 3 starter. If they're healthy, and we expect them to be reasonably healthy in the rotation, they've got as good of a 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, if you want to say it, as anybody in baseball. I mean, when they're all really going. So you're never going to cross off the possibility of getting a starting pitcher. It's just not their biggest priority right now. You're looking at offense behind the plate, offense at shortstop, certainly some more swing and miss in the bullpen. But what a luxury, Pete, that the Yankees don't really have to worry about adding an ace-level starter at the deadline.
No, it's amazing. And again, we're being joined by John Morosi at MLB Network. You talked about like their pitching is unbelievable. I mean, they might have the best rotation in baseball. I know that the Dodgers are up there. They have an amazing one, but now that Ohtani is not pitching, they take a little bit of a hit. But again, when healthy, Yankees are up there. But that doesn't mean that they can't go and get a Tariq Skubal, because you think about the big names, that are out there right now. With Tariq Skubal, Mason Miller is probably off the list now, it sounds like, with the Padres, but you can't tell. Every other day it shifts. There's a couple days left to this trade deadline, so who knows what's going to happen. But I would think the Yankees are in on all the big names, no?
They are, and I think everything, of course, this time of year is a question of price. The Yankees will want to add an upgrade wherever they can in their overall roster, but it's a question of priority and then where you're going to allocate your assets. I just think that the more pressing need, especially when you think back, Pete, to last year and the way the series went against the Blue Jays, there were some winnable games in that series. And runs were at a real premium, and they just never really got that offense going, especially when you think about how they lost it at Yankee Stadium there in Game 4. They just didn't have enough stock in that lineup. And you even go back to the Dodger World Series and how that played out. They could not do enough to execute against good pitching. And so that's where I would focus on. Again, I very intentionally mentioned Gleyber because he is someone that's been in the playoffs multiple times. You start looking at the lineup and the bench options or the platoon DH options or any other options around the infield. If you have a big late game situation and you could have Gleyber Torres up or Spencer Jones or Jason Dominguez to get a base hit and drive in a run, I would want Gleyber Torres up 10 times out of 10. Because I believe with that veteran savvy. And this is where, to me, we spend a lot of time in baseball now talking about the analytics. And it's, listen, they have a place. But how many times do we see the teams that win the World Series, they get contributions from their best complementary players who are used to delivering in those situations in October? The Yankees are a playoff team. They're going to be a playoff team. They are not going to fall out of a spot. So you can look at it and say, listen, what do we need to do to get from Game 1 of the playoffs all the way to Game 7 of the World Series? And you know what? Right now, the Los Angeles Dodgers are the reigning champions in Major League Baseball because of Miguel Rojas, because of Kike Hernandez, because of Andy Pages. Yes, Ohtani played a role in that. But they win Game 6 and Game 7 because of what their role players did. When the Nationals won the World Series, it was because of Howie Kendrick and Adam Eaton and Patrick Corbin. You got to find the right depth pieces who you know can execute in the playoffs. And I believe that is the task before Brian Cashman and the New York Yankees right now.
John Morosi joining us right now on MLB Network. You know, it's funny. We talked about like how aggressive the Yankees should be, but how aggressive can you be when there's only 6 teams that are really out of the playoffs and that are going to be sellers?
Well, that's where it's if you're on the fence, you should become a seller. The Tigers, and of course, I was at the game on Wednesday in Detroit. The Tarek Skubal started about a half a dozen scouts there. It was fascinating to watch it. Obviously, not if you were a Tigers fan, and I've got plenty of them in my family that weren't happy about it. But it really was one of those moments where you saw all the attention there on the Detroit Tigers, and that game told you so much about where they're going. And of course, tonight the Tigers scratched Casey Mize from his start. The Mets scratched Freddie Peralta from his start, understanding that things are imminently going to happen. And I think the Tigers realize where they're at. They've got, I think, fairly clear eyes at the direction of the franchise, and they should sell. So a team like the Marlins, who've been kind of a little bit of a hybrid approach here, they may keep some of their more important players that are around for the long term. Joe Mack, the catcher, comes to mind. Kyle Stowers, probably in the outfield. But just about everyone else they should listen on. And even a team like the Nationals, they were doing a little bit of buy and sell, that trade with the Red Sox. So being opportunistic, I think, Pete, we're going to see it, and you would know much more about this than I would, but it seems to me that we might be headed for more of an NBA-style trade deadline where it's need for need, buyer for buyer type trades, where it's just a good baseball trade, like what that Nationals Red Sox trade was, as opposed to the binary, I'm a buyer, you're a seller, let's get together on this. It's different right now, and I think it speaks to exactly the point that you made very eloquently about just how many teams believe they're still in this thing.
Well, you know, it's funny because there's one team that's definitely not in it. It's the other team that's in New York. It's the New York Mets, and they've basically been out of it since like April. I mean, it has been a dumpster fire of a season for this team. And you talk about a franchise that was supposed to turn things around. 2024, they were on the cusp of, you know, making a deep run with Pete Alonso, going to the NLCS, losing to the Dodgers, the World Series champions. And then they missed the playoffs last year on a final day to out of all the teams, the Marlins. It's a shocker of all of them. And then this year, they're not even a blip on the radar. They are so done. They're fried. They're going to be active on the trade market. But like you just said, maybe is it crazy to think that David Stearns is plotting towards, I have assets, maybe I get major league ready players for the next year rather than just prospect heavy?
Right. I think that's a good point. I mean, I've always said this, Pete, that at the trade deadline, teams will tell you a lot based on who they move and then the levels of the players that they get back. If the Mets trade Francisco Lindor for 3 guys out of the rookie complex league, then they're basically signaling that they're going to have something of a rebuild. Now, I don't expect them to do that, but if you're going down to the lowest levels of the minor leagues where you can find maybe some overlooked players and players that are getting ready to pop that no one's really noticed before, then you can do it. But I'll tell you what, the Mets, I do believe that this may be a hot take to have it on WFAN tonight. They have some pieces that are better than their record indicates. I think overall, A.J. Ewing is a good ball player. He's got a good future. Is he a super duper star? Not necessarily. He's a good complementary player. And talking about Lindor, his OPS plus is 100, which means he's exactly league average. He is supposed to produce at a higher level than that, which is one of the many reasons why earlier I said I don't see the Yankees getting him. It's just there are other places they can go for that need. I think they miss Nimmo's presence. They miss Alonso's presence. Polanco has given them very little. That was a really horrible miscalculation on the part of the front office, I think in a lot of different ways. So they made some bad mistakes last offseason. They do have some pieces of a good team. Juan Soto still leads, basically he's one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball. Yeah. So there are still some good parts of this team. But the parts that are not working, you either need to replace them if you can, or, unfortunately, you've got to spend your way out of your mistakes by investing more and more this offseason. And, of course, it's all happening at a time where we're talking a lot about labor relations and what that whole structure looks like. So that is where I would say that the Mets are one of those teams that in the last couple of years they have maybe tried to outspend some of their mistakes and miscalculations. If we get a salary cap, Pete, you're not going to be able to do that at all anymore.
No, and that's a scary, scary sight because they're in salary cap hell, basically, if there is a salary cap already. And they need to buy themselves out of contracts because we've looked at across this team right now. Jorge Polanco, you can't deal with this again. Bo Bichette's going to opt out most likely, but Marcus Semien, here's the rub, right? I was okay with the Brandon Nimmo being traded away, but Marcus Semien coming in and being basically a nothing at second base, you're wasting potential from A.J. Ewing. Could have been called up sooner, maybe played second base. Maybe there was somebody else to go out and get. But, we're looking at a team right now that is the biggest need was starting pitching, and that was barely touched. It was Freddie Peralta added to what we had last year already, and that was a huge mistake. Not because Freddie Peralta wasn't consistent of a 5-and-fly type of guy. It's because the 5 innings have been awful this season that he pitches, and basically, David Stearns is going to trade him away for basically a bag of dirt.
Well, a couple of things. Number one, Peralta would not be the first player to come into New York and not really be able to perform there. And that's
Why is that, John? John, why is that? Why do they come to the Mets and just all of a sudden fail?
I don't think we have enough time, Pete, to be able to cover that in the course of this segment. But what I will say is this. There are teams out there that see the way that the ball is still coming out of his hand pretty well. I mean, there's a belief that his problems would be fixable in the right circumstance. There's been a report about the Cubs having interest. Of course, Counsell had him in Milwaukee. I think that's something that's worth keeping an eye on as well, is that potential and possibility. The other part that you alluded to, I'm not convinced that Bo Bichette is going to opt out. I'm not convinced. He may, but when you look at his numbers, I mean, he's more than 150 points down in OPS from where he was last year. I just don't know that he's going to do any better than what he's got coming to him in New York, unless things are to the point where he doesn't want to be there anymore, which only Bo can answer that for himself. If I were looking at it, though, with just a very clear and objective, dispassionate view, I would not advise him to opt out because I do not see at all that he would do better than what he's got coming from the Mets in the next 2 years.
Yeah, and he did say that. He's like, I signed a 3-year deal with this team. I plan on staying for 3 years. And that's a nice sentiment. I like that he said that. It makes me feel good. But I don't need to feel good. I need to see production. And right now, I don't see enough production. In your opinion, John Morosi, again, MLB Network, Baseball Insider, who is gone from the Mets that we don't expect? Like, we expect all the relievers to go. We expect Freddie Peralta to go. Is there somebody that we are just like, oh, that guy would not even on my radar, but wow, he's going to be gone?
It's a good question. I think, first and foremost, this is the type of a situation where I think everything's going to be on the table. I would also say that to use the most obvious case, number one, you may have a different manager next year. There's a pretty good chance you will. And that person, is it Carlos Beltran? Is it Albert Pujols? There are people that they could bring in who might change the temperature in the room in a meaningful way. I think that might be Alex Cora. I think those types of names, I think, could do a lot of good for this particular group. But I think that a lot of first of all, you've got to address, I think, first base, although Jared Young has had some moments where he's been pretty good. You've got to address center field. Polanco, I'd be stunned if he comes back. I think Semien, you could easily see maybe he is not back either. Again, Bichette, I think he will opt in and stay there. The rest of the team, there are not that many guys. Maybe you would say Devin Williams would surprise people if he's not back. But when you look at it, if you watch this team every day, Pete, how many players do you watch every day and say, this guy's got to still be on my team next year? I've got to have this guy. I mean, it's probably Soto. Okay, Soto, you can't really move him. Ewing is a young player that's going to be around for a while. But aside from those, and McClain, I would say, is going to have to still be there for a while. I mean, who else? I mean, there's so much there are so many players for whom you cannot say for sure they're coming back. Yes, if you keep more than half the roster and you have a new manager, it's a different vibe. All those things could be true. But I don't think a lot of people are going to be doing their exit interviews saying, oh, I know I'm back on opening day next year. I think this is one of those years where David Stearns and his team are going to have to basically take in every suggestion from anybody from WFAN to the other 29 teams about how to make this team better.
Yeah, well, Francisco Alvarez is the one guy I think that there's
I would add him too. Yes, he's got to stay. He's got to stay.
Which is crazy because the demand for a catcher is out there right now. You're talking about the Yankees need a catcher. You're talking about the Red Sox need a catcher. I mean, there's plenty of teams looking for a catcher. Alvarez would bring you a haul. No?
Right. But it's a good point. But this becomes the next question, which is we talked about the potential of a salary cap. We talked about the number of problems they have. And the same point I made about the Yankees 5 minutes ago applies here, which is it's a question of priority. You can't fix everything perfectly all the time. You're going to have to live with imperfections in your roster. And you don't have unlimited capital. It's close to it, but it's not unlimited. And also, the other part of a team when you're kind of in a wounded state at the major league level, one of the things that I believe is important to start restoring a little bit of confidence and rhythm to the organization is promoting from within, which is why, again, Ewing is someone who's important to this team. He's got some energy. I like the way he plays. Benj does some things too that I like, sort of in an isolated way. Mm-hmm. So you've got some pieces from within that have come up. That's important. You need to show, because it's not just the major league team. The way the major league team operates sets the tone for everybody else. And when you're at AAA, AA, single A, and you're seeing guys advance and graduate to the next level, it shows those people who are all around your organization that there's a pathway to success. Look how quickly it's happened for the White Sox. Look how quickly it's happened for the Twins, who are now a buyer after last year basically trading their entire team. So it can happen. Now, it's a different division. I get that. But the point there is, with the right young players and the right leadership, it can happen quickly. And so I would say do not despair. You've got to set a better tone, I think, from manager on down. And then I think a lot of the homegrown pieces, I believe, will rise to the occasion better in 2027.
John Morosi with us for a few more minutes. John, who's more of a disappointment this year, the Mets or the Blue Jays?
Ooh, wow, that's a good one. I would say the Blue Jays, just because when you get to within a foot of winning it all, and then you're a seller the next year, that's just such a precipitous drop that I think it aches them a bit more. I think the Mets fans, let's put it this way. When the season started, the Blue Jays fans, Canadians everywhere, still love this team. They love the players. They love the people. They love the atmosphere. They were in love with their Blue Jays, celebrating 50 years of Blue Jays baseball in Toronto. Very special. A lot of romance there. I think a lot of Mets fans probably were in Port St. Lucie in spring and then Citi Field on opening day thinking, there's no Alonso, there's no Nimmo, there's no Diaz. I'm losing some guys that I know and like. They weren't sure about this team to begin with. Mm-hmm. And so I just think the Mets fans, they were a little more prepared to have their hearts broken than the Blue Jays fans were. The Blue Jays fans believed they were going to get there again with another chance to win it all, and it just hasn't happened. And so I think that there's a greater disappointment now. I also think the Blue Jays situation is a little bit more fixable. It's the Vladdy thing though is a mystery. I mean, his power is totally gone. Much like Raleigh's power has been gone in Seattle.
Austin Wells has more home runs than Vlad Guerrero Jr. It's crazy.
Right. It just none of it, Pete. None of it makes sense. And you've had your fair share of calls about Austin Wells this season. So I just think there's a lot of there's just a lot of questions right now about the Jays. I think there's more questions about the Mets. And the Jays situation, if Vladdy just bounces back and has a normal year next year, not even just a great year, but a normal year, then I think a lot of the issues the Jays have experienced, Addison Barger's injury, and again, losing Bo was the thing. I mean, he may have not had great numbers with the Mets this year, and he missed some time last year with the Jays. There were some defensive shortcomings that he had at shortstop, all those things. It's all real. But he meant something to that team.
Right.
And I think they have missed Bo Bichette. At least they missed the 2025 Bo Bichette in 2026.
No question. John Morosi, a couple more questions for you. Quick rapid fire here. Tariq Skubal, where does he go?
The Dodgers have the best chance. They've got the deepest prospect pool, and they've got the greatest demonstrated ability to make trades like this in the past. And so I do think that at the moment they are the favorites, but do not rule out Rays and Brewers.
How about Rafael Devers? Where does he go?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think he's probably going to stay put. I think the Giants would like to move his salary. It clearly hasn't worked out, and obviously now it's two teams that are a little frustrated with Devers, which tells you probably more about the player than it does about the team. I think they would like to move him, but I just don't know which team at this point would rush to take him at that contract. Man, I think he probably stays put in San Francisco.
All right, so then who after Tariq Skubal? Who's the biggest name that gets traded?
Good question. I think there'll be a good group, a good class of pitchers who move. I don't think Mason Miller's going to get moved, but there's a pretty robust next group of pitchers, and Peralta's one of them. Peralta's still a big name. I realize he's not having a great year, but Peralta's a player that I think will move and get a good return. And then on the offensive side, Hunter Goodman's an all-star, and I do believe the Rockies, with new leadership there, will trade Hunter Goodman. And if Goodman goes to the Yankees will have a very good chance to win the American League East, especially with the latest injury news for Shane McClanahan and the Rays. One of the many reasons why the Rays need to try to answer by acquiring Tariq Skubal before the Dodgers make that big-time play for him.
Wow. John Morosi, great stuff. MLB Network. We'll definitely have you on to talk a little hockey at some point in time, too, because I need to know what the hell's going on with the Rangers. Are they going to have a bounce-back season? Because that was awful, too.
It was. Dorofeyev, that was a good player. That was a nice trade they made there with Vegas. I'm a little bit bullish still on the Rangers. I think that they'll have their chance to get back into it. But I look forward to it every time, Pete. And listen, Monday morning will be up early, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Our live coverage starts on MLB Network. It is our Super Bowl, my friend. Trade deadline Monday will be on for 15 straight hours of baseball talk. So join us over there.
Let's make sure it's active, though, because I can't have all this hype and no trade. So MLB's got to step up. They got to make some moves. Let's go.
All right. So what I'll do is I'll wake up that morning like 7 a.m. and I'll send a text to all 30 GMs that says, Pete at WFAN needs action today. You got it? We need action.
That's right, John. Well, thank you so much, John Morosi. Appreciate it, man. Again,
have a great weekend. Thank you.
Too. 9 a.m. on Monday on MLB Network. Looking forward to that. We'll take a quick break. 888-808-1019. Dive into what John was saying about the trade deadline as well. Again, trade deadline talk all night long. If you want to talk some football, you're more than welcome to as well. But a lot of trade talk as the Mets and Yankees are going to be active at this deadline. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
Hey, Chris McMonagle here, and I want you to get your weekend and your August started off right. So make sure to listen to me tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll react to the Cubs and Yankees and see if that Yankee offense can actually score a run or two. Plus, both Mets and Yankees are expected to be active during the trade deadline. Who's going, who's coming, and football is back. As both camps started for the Giants and Jets, we'll react. Is there reason for optimism? So make sure you're locked in with me this Saturday morning, 9 a.m. and every Saturday morning right here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. New shoes, new clothes, brand new grid. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back-to-school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on Verizon. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today. Bring an Android phone or purchase a new phone with device payment on postpaid service plan required. $329.99 tablet device payment purchase with new line on $20 per month tablet plan for 36 months required. Less $330 tablet promo credit applied over 36 months. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for just $6. It's quick, easy, and it covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious, too? Because it is. It's a full breakfast, a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation at times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer. Cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Every sports fan fears an injury to their team's players, but it happens. The only good news for professional athletes is that they have the best doctors and support to get back on their feet. But that's most likely not the case if you or a family member are injured. Who's going to make sure that you get the care and support that you need? The Rothenberg Law Firm will. For over 50 years, they've been winning for injured people. They've won and collected billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. InjuryLawyer.com.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or InjuryLawyer.com.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Every opinion counts with Evan and Tiki. Join the conversation weekdays from 10 to 2. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, yeah. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan for another 2+ hours until Gordon Damer takes over at 1 a.m. We got Paul Rosenberg on the other side of the glass. He's been killing it on the other side as he's watching him eat everything in sight. His chicken that he brought didn't really like it so much, so now he had to go order some food. He's eating a little bit of, what is that, soup? Salad? What do you got there? Little frozen treat?
Yeah, it's a frozen treat.
Oh, frozen treat. What do you got?
A little frozen custard.
Frozen custard. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very, very sophisticated custard is.
Yeah.
Phil, it's not like an icy.
No.
Icy is like, childish. Custard is sophisticated.
Yeah, frozen custard. It's very, very good. Well, just plain, it's plain. Nothing on it. It's vanilla and chocolate.
Where did you go?
Shake Shack.
And then it just goes downhill from there. At that point in time, what are we doing? And I'm not saying Shake Shack is bad, but I'm like,
I could have gotten a shake. The carrot was at a $3 coupon for a double scoop of custard. So I wanted to use that.
So you did a double scoop of custard.
Well, it was 1/12, 1 vanilla.
Is chocolate custard? I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I just thought it was all vanilla. If it's chocolate custard, if it's chocolate, it's pudding. No?
No, because pudding isn't frozen. Custard is frozen.
Is it always
cold.
frozen?
Yeah.
I didn't think so. Well, maybe I have no idea what that is then. I've never had frozen custard. I just had custard.
It's I believe the difference between custard and like a Carvel, for example, like another frozen type of yogurt, because the custard isn't technically, it's like a creamier ice cream. It's creamier. It's not as hard.
I think you're lying to me right now. It doesn't have frozen custard. Come on. Doesn't sound right at all. Custard is not frozen. If I'm correct, the custards that I've had is a little bit, like you said, it's creamier. So you kind of like, it's not like.
All right, according to the great people at Google, custard.
I don't trust them anymore.
Frozen custard provides slightly more protein and calcium from eggs.
What the hell does that mean?
Bougier.
Right, but that has nothing to do with frozen or not. Like, that's what we're trying to figure out, is how frozen is it? I don't think it's as frozen as you're making it out to be. It's not like you just had to thaw it out. I think chocolate custard, quote unquote, is pudding, personally speaking. I don't believe whatever you're throwing down right now, personally speaking. All right, 888-808-1019. And that Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. Custard talk. That's what we do. That's what we do. Even though it's a big trade deadline day and nothing has happened. The only thing that's happened is AJ Minter. That has been the biggest trade so far. I mean, that's been the only trade so far. As the Twins acquire AJ Minter, I'm expecting a ton. But again, we all could sit there and dissect the Mets moving on from all of their relief pitchers. But and we're talking to Morosi. He thinks there's a lot more upside with what the Mets are doing. I am majorly concerned from what's happening with the Mets franchise, that next year is going to be even worse. And I didn't even talk to him about the lockout. And that's going to be a huge thing. Like, This trade deadline, I don't think you can look at the lockout at all. It's win now and then lockout later. I think that's what you have to do, which is why, again, I'm pushing hard for the Yankees to go hard and get the pieces to go out and win now. I don't think you can pay attention to a lockout. I don't think you can have that in the back of your mind, because then it's going to be like, well, we can't do this because this may happen. Well, who cares? Go win a World Series. That should be the only goal right now. That should be the only goal for the Yankees. And the Mets, the only goal should be unload everybody. Unload. If it's not nailed down, unload it. Because what are you actually doing? You know, we talked about like the untouchables. Juan Soto, obviously. Nolan McLean, sure. I get it. That we're not touching him right now. He's the ace of the staff at the moment. Benj and Ewing, you want to keep. Alvarez is up there as a not touchable guy, I guess. But I don't know. Lindor, I don't want to trade Lindor, but I can see how it makes sense to trade him. I don't want to trade him, but that doesn't mean that you can't. And, I think I said Juan Soto already. That's an obvious, but everyone else is basically dealable. It shouldn't be like, this guy's contract actually works out. No, it's like if somebody wants something from your team, give it up. And I know that the rebuild world, the word doesn't sound good. The world of rebuild doesn't sound good, but that's basically what David Sturridge did. He tried to rebuild this team or reshape this team, backfired. So he's got to do it again. It's not great. It's not what you want, but that's what the Mets are doing right now. All right, take a quick break. Get back to your phone calls, 888-808-1019. We'll talk more deadline stuff. And Hojo, Howard Johnson, coming up at 11 o'clock on The Fan. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
So your point would be, well, what makes you think he would fix it?
Yeah, good context.
It's been a problem for him.
Right.
But my point would be, okay, that's fair. I think you are fair in that.
Yeah.
I think you go too far when you can't admit that he's a better head coach than the last failed one of the New York Giants, who hasn't had any experience outside of the one time being a failed New York Giants head coach.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Yankees fans, head out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 22nd for a very special giveaway. It's Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will receive a Hello Kitty Yankees bobblehead. Don't miss the Yankees taking on their division rivals, the Blue Jays, Saturday, August 22nd at Yankee Stadium for Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Multi-car accident at East Tremont and the Cross Bronx? It's no accident that people call Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers first. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Shulman and Hill. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple and strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
Where the West Village, Tribeca, and Soho meet, Hudson Square has been reimagined as one of the city's most compelling creative hubs. For over a decade, Hudson Square Properties has brought together the world's leading technology, media, and fashion companies across a 13-building office and retail portfolio. They offer full floors to entire buildings, from pre-built to raw space, with the flexibility to scale without ever leaving the neighborhood. And Hudson Square was just declared the newest dining destination by the New York Post. Hudson Square Properties, where great stories start.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance.
Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Did you know the average person keeps the same bank account for 19 years? 19 years ago, you still had a flip phone. That was just a phone. If you're still banking like you did when you parallel parked with just your eyes and a prayer, it's time for a change. Upgrade to Citizens, where how you bank changes with you. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K.
Your New York Yankees are chasing another championship. Talk Yankees baseball with the Fan at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Trade alert! Trade alert! We got ourselves a trade. It's not really that big of a trade, but the Twins are very active as they make another trade for a starting pitcher. And the Orioles did a funny thing. I don't know if anybody saw. Again, I'm a Pete Alonso stan, so I see everything Pete Alonso. Dean Kramer was on the mound the other day, with the Orioles and tried to pick off somebody at second base. And Alonso looked like he didn't expect the ball to come because the way he stood, he didn't even make it a tag. It just was very odd. And Dean Kramer, and you could see the reaction from Dean Kramer, and they focused in on it, and he looked at Pete Alonso and basically said to him, like, "Are you okay? Can you see? Can you see what's going on? Are you okay? Did you not see what's going on there?" And it was like almost like sarcastic, and Alonso was like, yeah. And it's funny because Alonso didn't make like a huge deal out of it because you could see that he was thrown off that Kramer even asked a follow-up and was like, dude, what's going on? Clearly there was a miscommunication, but Kramer came off a little bit, I don't want to say dickish, but that's a good word. And the Orioles then now go and trade him to Minnesota. And it's weird because, we talked about it with Emmanuel. The Orioles, they just beat Philly again. So now they're 2 games under 500. They're 2 games closer to that wild card. The Twins are fighting for a wild card. They're all in the mix. I don't know what the return is for the Orioles, what they're getting back. But Dean Kramer is the starting pitcher. That's an arm, and he goes to Minnesota. So that's interesting. Maybe that's something because John Ryan, who is it Joe Ryan or John Ryan? Either way, Ryan of the pitcher on the Twins. Joe, thank you. He seems to be having dead arm issues right now. So maybe they just need anybody to fill in for Joe Ryan. Maybe he's going on the IL. That's it. Either way, very interesting.
And one more thing. Kramer showed $1.7 million, and the Twins are taking that all on. So I feel like something you haven't seen in recent years are the Twins spending money. And apparently the new control person, Tom Pohlad, I believe his name is, providing a lot of flexibility financially. And again, they took all of Minter's contract. They're taking all of Dean Kramer's contracts, and we'll kind of see what happens. I would guess that, and I don't know if this takes them out of trading Ryan Jeffers.
Oh, yeah. No.
But you would think that
they already said that. They kind of made it seem like Jeffers is off the board now.
Yeah, you would think everyone's, because now they're buying.
Right, yeah. Oh, no. And listen, you made a good point about the Minter and the Kramer, that they're taking on more money, but it's not a lot. Remember, Minter's expiring contract. You said Kramer is expiring. He doesn't have another deal, another year. So it's not a ton of money, but it is. They're adding more to the payroll, to the budget. But most importantly, Paul, let's go to Dominic in North Carolina, 888-808-1019. Dominic in North Carolina has something to say. What do you got, Dom?
Yes. Good evening, Pete. I enjoy your show immensely, but I'm
you.
disappointed in your lack of knowledge regarding the difference between custard and pudding.
Let me just say something to you. I'm fat,
Yes.
but I'm not smart fat, if that makes any sense.
But I'm disappointed you as a New Yorker. The difference between custard and pudding is the thickening agent. In custard, eggs are used as a thickening agent, and you as a New Yorker should know that custard was invented on Coney Island in 1919. Whereas in pudding, the thickening agent is classically, of course, tapioca.
Right.
But that's been, replaced in commercial pudding by things like carrageenan and so forth. So that's the difference between custard and pudding. So your producer is accurate in saying that the pudding from Shake Shack, while suboptimal, is nonetheless differentiated from pudding by the presence of eggs.
No, but Dom, I get that part, but he makes it sound like it's a frozen custard, like it's frozen. But
well, there is such a thing, and that's what was invented in Coney Island. They realized that when you add eggs to ice cream, it gives it a smoother texture, like a Juan Soto left-handed swing.
Oh, now it makes sense. Food
Okay,
and Juan
so now that I
Soto,
brought it
now
back
I
to
get what's
sports.
going on.
Okay, good. And I got to tell you, Pete, I'm a huge Met fan, and I don't think we're going to contend for quite some time here.
Oh, no,
and
it's bad. It's bad.
It's bad, man. It's bad. And, you got 3 pitchers, essentially, correct? They're dealing – what's the word on where Peralta's going? Is he going back to the Brewers?
Obviously, the Brewers are up there, but the White Sox potentially. There was the Cubs are in on him. So
how bad is it going to look for the Mets if Peralta gets out of here and returns to being a reasonably good pitcher.
You heard from Morosi and you've heard it from other people too, not just Morosi, that teams across the league think that there's something very easy to fix about Peralta. But let me tell you something, Dom. Think about that. Think about other teams across the league are saying, we could fix Freddie Peralta. It's really not that big of a deal. He's going to go somewhere, probably pitch better. And you're talking about the Mets who had their pitching lab, then were told that their AI they can't use because it was too aggressive with how they were calling pitches. Like the strategy that the Mets have had with their pitching has gone to the wayside the past year and a half. It has gone kaput. And Dom, I got to take a break, but thank you so much for the phone call. But my concern is the pitching lab is basically gone. Jeremy Hefner is gone, and you can't use the AI. Is what the plan was? Is it basically erased? We can't do that plan anymore? I'm concerned. But what I'm not concerned about is the 40th anniversary of the 1986 Mets, the last time the Mets won a championship. And I'm excited to talk to Howard Johnson, who is coming up next on The Fan. 888-808-1019. So stay tuned. Take a quick break. Howard Johnson coming up. And then, again, you could always follow me at Hoff WFAN. 888-808-1019. Howard Johnson next on The Fan.
The MLB trade deadline is 3 days away. And while it represents a chance to solidify for some,
we're open-minded in the deadline to try to improve ourselves, period. End of story.
It represents rebuild for others.
I also have a responsibility to push us forward, to look for solutions, and to make difficult decisions and change when I think it's needed.
From the front office to the diamond, the latest rumors turn into the latest breaking news. And The Fan is always here to deliver it all to you. Your home for everything New York baseball is 1019 FM WFAN. Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming. Happy screaming. Summer screaming. $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Salicata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. And you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ah. If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable speeds to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hi, this is New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport. Thinking about speeding? Think again. Don't let speeding be the reason that you or someone else doesn't make it home. Slow down and drive safely, New Jersey.
Start your day with Boomer and Geo. Join the conversation weekday mornings from 6 to 10. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Anniversary of the 1986 World Series team. Everybody's in town, and I am lucky enough and honored to be speaking to my favorite ball player as a kid. This is the reason why I played third base. This is the reason why I wore the number 20. This is the reason why I tried to switch hit. I didn't last very long, but I tried. Howard Johnson, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for the time.
Yeah, Pete, great to see you. I appreciate all those comments. That's cool. You always wonder if some kid's going to try to copy you, when you're a player. And you're the guy. You're the guy.
I'm the guy. I'm sorry. I wasn't very successful at it. I tried. I did my hardest. But first, before anything, Howard, I just want to ask you, you were in the spotlight, or your family was in the spotlight a few years ago. Your grandson had an accident.
Yep.
And I just want to know, how's he doing? Last time I saw, he was hitting the ball. He was looking fantastic. How is he doing, Howard?
Well, thanks for asking about Tanner. He's doing much better. He's lost a third of his foot, so it's a challenge for him, but he's able to get by right now because he's still a young kid. He's learned how to adapt, to not having his toes and stuff. So, there's going to be hiccups, I think, down the road as his foot continues to try to grow, bones and whatnot. So there's going to be some things that have to be done, but right now he's doing everything normal, and he's going to be here this weekend.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing him there. We're looking forward to seeing you there as well. And I believe, is there charities too that you could donate, or give me a little bit about that?
Well, they had a GoFundMe page. I don't know if that's still going on or not, but we have our own foundation we started called the 20 Foundation. And we're basically helping kids, special needs, kids with handicaps, kids that need any kind of help for school or whatever, underprivileged, underserved kids, families like that. So that's our target audience. And if people want to donate to it, they can always go to the 20foundation.org.
20foundation.org.
Yep.
Don't forget it. That's awesome. I know plenty of people, my wife included, who works in special needs. It is, unfortunately at times it's a growing industry, but I mean, the fact that so many people are out there, understand it and are helping, and it's all different levels. So, and I'm happy to hear that Tanner's doing well.
Yeah, it's tough on families. I mean, when you have special needs, there's a lot of things that have to be taken care of. Sometimes it's severe, sometimes it isn't, but there's always some kind of sacrifice that people have to make. And if we can help them, ease that a little bit, we want to do it.
Well, let's get into the baseball part of it, your career, because not everybody knows your career. Not everyone knows everything. Everyone knows 1986. Everyone knows you leading the league in home runs with the Mets and leading the league in RBIs. But not everybody knows that you came up as a 21-year-old with the Detroit Tigers and won a World Series in 1984. Tell me about that experience, about being on a team with Sparky Anderson and winning a World Series that early in your career.
Well, I'll tell you what, when I got to the big leagues with Detroit, when I walked into that locker room in spring training that first year in 1982, I was amazed at how great the players were. I mean, we had some really, really talented players. I got to watch Kirk Gibson, Alan Trammell, Lou Whitaker. Gosh, man, there were so many guys. Chet Lemon. I mean, these guys, Lance Parrish, these guys are like tremendous. Jack Morris on the mound, forget about it, So there's, as a young player, you just want to watch and learn from the best. And if those guys have something that I can learn from, if they approach an at bat a certain way or, whatever defensively, whatever, if I can grab something from them, that's going to make me better as a player. I learned that a long time ago. If you want to be around the best, you got to be the best. You got to hang around them. So I used to take ground balls behind Alan Trammell, just watching him, his footwork and everything. And I learned so much just doing that and just talking to them. And you start to learn little things about the game that are going to help you. And obviously there's things that they would say to me that I didn't really understand yet, that you have to learn how to hit other pitches. I was a good fastball hitter, always have been. And they start to throw me breaking balls or change-ups and stuff. I didn't really know how to handle that. And they said, you're going to have to learn how to do that. I never understood that. It took me about 5 years to figure that out.
What's the difference? I mean, you in 1982 coming up and hitting the fastball, what was the speed at that point in time? We always talk about the difference in speed in a game today. Like today, you got Mizorowski throwing 105. What do you think people were leveling out at or topping out at in front of you, and like that you were still being able to hit a fastball? What were they topping out at?
Well, they didn't really run the radar guns out there like they do now. They have everything on the scoreboards, but we knew guys were throwing in the low to mid 90s. Their velo was good. It was legit. And you learn how to hit fastball early on in the minor leagues. That's the first thing they find out, if you can hit a fastball. And in the big leagues is the same way. So those guys are pumping in there pretty good. But the big difference between the game today and the game, in my time, 30, 40 years ago, is that there's more hard throwers than there were back then. There's more now on a team's rotation and in the bullpen. But pitchers back then had to have second and third pitches that they could go to and command. And so you got to see a lot of variety with fastball, and then a really good changeup, good breaking ball. These guys in a good split. These guys could put it wherever they wanted. And that's the difference between, the minor leagues and the big leagues. In the big leagues, your pitching staff is full of guys that can control pitches, and they're going to pitch to the hitter's weakness. Back then, that's what most guys did. There was a different style of pitching. You'd see some guys that didn't throw that hard at all, but they could really make the ball move in or out, and they could change speeds and take a little bit off here and there, add a little bit here and there. And that was the difference. So you had to learn how to hit like a variety of speeds in one at bat. And that's not always easy. When you face a guy that can move the ball and put it in certain places, it's not the easiest thing in the world to hit.
No, I can't imagine. I can't hit a fastball. I can't hit anything. But I can't imagine a guy. It doesn't make a difference how fast you're throwing it. If there's a ton of movement, forget about it. But let's take it through. So you win a championship with the Tigers in 84. The year prior in 83, the Mets are one of the worst teams in the league. I think they had 60-something wins. All of a sudden, after 84, you get traded to that Mets team, which was climbing. They had a 90-something win season in 84. Take me through the emotions of that trade from the Tigers to the Mets and your outlook at that moment.
Wow, it's a good question, Pete. So I remember talking to Bill LaJoy, who was our general manager. I talked to him maybe a month before the winter meetings. This was in December when I got traded. And I had talked to Bill earlier. My wife and I wanted to buy a house in Detroit. And you know what they always say, if you buy a house, you're going to get traded. So I talked to Bill. I asked him, said, hey, am I going to be traded? My wife and I want to buy a house. What do you think? He goes, Howard, we're not going to trade you. So what do? I put $15,000 down on a house in Michigan, in Detroit, and all excited about coming back the next year and stuff. And get this phone call December 7th, 1984.
Yeah.
And it was Bill LaJoy. And he's like, it was like 8:00 in the morning. And he said, he goes, Howard, we traded you this morning. And I'm like, really? First thing I thought about was that's 15 grand gone. And back then that was a lot of money,
Oh yeah.
But he was like, yeah, Sparky's just not going to play the way that we feel like he should be played. And, we really needed to get a starting pitcher that can give us innings. And you were the guy that they wanted. And so that's how the trade went down. And the first thing I asked him was, okay, who am I going to? And he said, the New York Mets. I go, okay, I got you. I'm good with that. I knew the team was on the rise. I was always kind of a National League fan, watching the Phillies in spring training. I grew up in Clearwater, so I got to see them play a lot. National League games on TV, it just seemed to be a little more free flowing with AstroTurf and just a lot of running and the pitcher hitting. So there's a lot of things going on, and I kind of liked that style of baseball. And so when I got traded to the Mets, I felt like I was going to a place that could really find my footing and plant roots.
Well, and who knew what was to come? I mean, did you feel that like all of a sudden you get traded for the next thing you know, the Mets are trading away Hubie Brooks for Gary Carter, which is another significant trade. I mean, did you feel that the Mets? I mean, you said you looked from afar. You kind of were paying that you're a National League guy, but did you think that you were leaving the Tigers, who just won a World Series? Did you see that with the Mets? Did you really think that they were a World Series contender?
Well, once we got Carter, yeah. I mean, he was a guy that I think he came over like a week later or something like that. And when he got that, when he came over, I knew at that point, I said, this team is like being built to win a championship. I felt it because we had Dwight Gooden, you had Ron Darling, you had a bullpen with Orozco and Roger McDowell. I remember my first spring training with the Mets, seeing these guys actually performing and doing their thing, and seeing the players that they had in the system, guys like Kevin Mitchell. I mean, these guys are, Backman, Tuffle came over the next year, but when all those pieces started to happen, Keith Hernandez, I mean, you could see it. There was a team that was destined to reach a level that could compete for a championship. And so when I got over there, I felt like, okay, well, I've done this before, and I just want to be a part of it. Whatever Davey wanted to do with me, I was all for it. So he had a plan, and I was all in. And so it's just fun to watch that team kind of grow over the days and weeks leading up to spring training, and then, spring training and then going into the season. So we had a good team, and we knew we were close, and we almost got there in '85.
Take me through the difference between Sparky Anderson and Davey Johnson, because if I'm correct, they're very opposite in styles. So take me through Sparky Anderson, who you win a World Series with in 1984, and then 2 years later, Davey Johnson.
Well, Sparky was an older guy, had the big red machine back in the 70s. He had done a good job with Detroit coming over there. The players were really good, though. Whitaker, Trammell, Gibson, Parrish. You had up the middle, you were strong, and then Chet Lemon. So you had all the pieces defensively to add, and they added Darrell Evans going into the '84 season. So we added veteran leadership and guys that could really play. Sparky was a very old school type manager, loved the older players, the veteran players. He had a bad reputation of, playing around with young players, a little bit too much, moving him around and just not really communicating well. I learned that the hard way. Unfortunately, I did everything Sparky and the coaches asked. I love Sparky to death, but I think it wasn't the best fit for me. But I was part of a team that was trying to win, and I wanted to be a part of that. And I would do whatever they said. I never gave any kind of blowback or nothing. So I did all of it. Going to the Mets now, Davey Johnson is probably the opposite. He's very much a player's manager. He found a way to use everybody on the roster in some way, shape, or fashion to contribute. Whatever tools that guy brought, he was going to put you in a position to be successful with what you brought to the table. And so Davey was creative with his platoon situations at third base with me and Ray Knight, at shortstop with Rafael Santana. I mean, he would move me around back and forth there pretty freely. And Davey was just very calm and like never was, it was always legit. Like he always knew where he stood on everything. And I really appreciated that mindset. It was such a different atmosphere than Detroit, but the Mets just seemed to be a younger team with a good mix of veterans that was just really ascending at the same time. And with Doc Gooden, I mean, our Mel Stottlemyre was a pitching coach. He was tremendous. And it just the whole vibe was very much ascending. Like we want to win. We know we can win. This is how we're going to do it.
Well, speaking of can win attitude, I mean, in 1986, you're in the World Series. There, Game 6 is such a major memory, and everybody's, any baseball fan knows that ball under Bill Buckner's legs. But there was a lot to go into that. Again, you're down in the series. You're on the verge of losing. But again, you have that mentality of you've been through before. You've been through those wars, and you came out on top. What was the vibe like, from your perspective in Game 6 when you guys are down to your final outs?
Well, I'll tell you what, Pete. The thing about Game 6 in the World Series, we had this attitude that we were never going to quit. We were never going to die. That we were going to be a tough out all the way through. I have to really go back to the playoff series against Houston, and that Game 6 where we were down 3-0 in the last inning, ninth inning on the road. We know the prospects of Mike Scott's going to be out there the next day. And for some way, somehow, we got the job done. Starting rallies off, just in weird ways, not giving into the situation, and being able to win that series really gave us confidence that we could continue on and accomplish our goal. So now when you look at Game 6 of the World Series, I was in the dugout standing there next to Lenny, and there's a few guys out there. Obviously, we're getting ready to hit. And Carter was just going back and forth, grabbing guys by the shirt collar and pulling them in and saying, I'm not going to be the last out of this World Series. I never heard Gary swear once, but he might have swore then. He was pretty intense, and he just kept going down the line, grabbing everybody. Look you straight in the eye, man. I'm not going to be the last out of this World Series. And it was almost like he was kind of willing it to happen. And so when I watched his at bat in that game from the dugout, and he was fouling pitches off and fighting and just grinding away to finally get a base hit, I swear, I think that lit the spark, man. That lit the spark for that inning, because now all of a sudden you have a guy who's not wanting to quit and was rallying the team to not give up and not just say it's over. Gary gets a base hit, then Mitchell, then Knight, and then Mookie and all that stuff. So it happened so fast, but once that spark was lit, that was really the sign of our team, was that we would take any opening and open that door wide, and we would just like run through the door. And that's what that team did, and we were able to do it then.
Give me the fondest memory. Like, who was the one person that you just loved, like you were closest with on the team, and then after that World Series, like you two were just like, this is the moment that you guys are able to share, and you've kind of taken that and carried that with you your whole life. Like that moment was just like amazing. Was there one person in particular you shared that with?
Well, I had a bunch of friends I loved all my guys on the team, right? They were all brothers. I played cards with Wally, Lenny, all the guys, and we had a lot of fun doing it. but Bobby Ojeda became one of my best friends ever. He's my best friend. He lives in Jersey, so I see him all the time. I stay at his house frequently, and we talk all the time, and we share ideas about the team, and just different things. And we reminisce a lot about the 86 team and just the years prior to that, even because he came through Boston. And I faced Bobby. I've known Bobby since I was a high school kid, basically coming out of high school into the Tigers organization. We faced each other many times when he was with Boston in the A ball. And so there's a picture that I have on my wall, and Bobby's got the same picture. We blew it up. It's nice and big. And I think I'm sitting on his lap. And or he's sitting on my lap. I can't picture. We're just like sitting on each other's lap, and we have a beer, and we're just got our arms around each other, and we're just like sitting there, just thinking about the game and just remembering all the things about the game and what we were able to accomplish. Beating Boston, and I know it's a big deal for him because he came from the Red Sox, and when he beat, was able to do that number on them, I know he was like he was satisfied. But just going back and thinking about that picture, and I look at it in my wall in my office in Florida, and I look at it, and it says 1,000 words, 10,000 words. And one of these days, I'm going to get it. I'm going to take a picture of it and post it on social media so people can see it. It's the greatest picture ever. And to me, Bobby and I, we just share that moment, and we share our friendship. And all the guys on the team, we're all close, but Bobby's my guy.
That's awesome. And what you should do is you should maybe this weekend you should recreate that photo because that'll that'll kill the internet. I'll tell you that much.
That would be sick. I'd love that.
Let me ask you a question
that.
because the funny thing is about your career, especially with the Mets just in general. Like you won 2 World Series between '84 and then '86, and then you really started to get into your prime from 87 to 91. I mean, you basically, averaged out a 30 season, which is something that was unheard of, especially for an infielder at that time. I mean, you were unbelievable. What clicked in 87 that kind of took you to a different level?
Well, in '86, after the World Series was over and free agency was starting to kick in, I knew that there was a possibility that Ray Knight was not going to be re-signed and go somewhere else. Frank Cash used to tell me, and Joe McIlvaine, we got you to take over for Ray, in a couple of years, and this is going to be the plan. Although you don't always expect things to happen the way they say, a lot, just like Bill LaJoy and tell me I'm not going to get traded. So you just have to be ready, for your opportunity. And that in '87, let's see, I came up in '82, so I'd had almost 5 years in the big leagues to that point, and felt as a young player that I had enough experience that I could do it every day. I felt like I could do it. When they didn't sign Ray Knight and I became basically the guy at third, Davey said, "It's your job to lose. I want you to be my third baseman." And I was like, I'm all in, Skip. I got you. That offseason, I trained like crazy because I knew that, okay, as a player, you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses. I was a natural left-hand hitter. My right-handed hitting was always my weakest spot. I knew that was going to be the number one thing if I was going to be an everyday player that late in the ball game, Jim Leland, Whitey, all those guys are going to throw left-handers against me when it really counted in a game. And I have to make right-handed my stroke that was my natural stroke to really feel like, okay, I don't care who's on the mound, I can hit him. I worked my butt off that offseason, and I was able to get to a point where my right-handed hitting felt better than anything. I had so much confidence. My base stealing went to another level. I trained that as well. I trained very, very hard. I hit home runs and I stole bases in the minor leagues. I've always been able to do that. And I just felt like if I became an everyday player and I trained and worked on the things I had to train on and work on and improve on, that I could be a successful everyday guy being a switch hitter. And so I just got way more at bats. And so it was easier for me to kind of settle into a daily role, and success was more, it was easier to achieve because when you're playing every day, just things kind of happen easier. And so that was my mindset. It was a straight up mindset and hard work. And that's what it was able to do it.
It's Pete Hoffman being joined right now by Howard Johnson. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
Your NFL destination station is The Fan.
Which Gino are we going to get? We're going to get the distracted one with all the stuff off the field. We're going to get the one that was, pretty decent back in Seattle a couple of years ago. I don't think you'll get the one that you saw last year.
NFL MVP Boomer Esiason and Giants legend Tiki Barber hit you with the most informed opinions, taking you inside the team facility and inside the huddle like no one else can.
I hope that John Harbaugh goes hard as hell on these guys so that they're prepared for what the regular season in the NFL is.
The greats talk shop with you here all season long on your home for everything NFL. 1019 FM WFAN.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Thursday, August 27th when the Yankees host the Astros for a very special night in the Bronx, Seinfeld Night. The first 18,000 guests will receive a George Costanza Calzone bobblehead presented by Star. Tickets are on sale now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Seinfeld Night and the George Costanza Calzone bobblehead, Thursday, August 27th. Yankees versus Astros at Yankee Stadium.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. There are real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Go with the pros at H.L. Gross and Bro Jewelers in Garden City. For over 100 years, 5 generations of New Yorkers have trusted H.L. Gross to come through in the clutch with the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no rookie mistakes, no getting played on price. Just honest guidance, real education, and a team that helps you find the right ring for your game plan and your budget. H.L. Gross makes the process easy. Make the smart play before you pop the question. Visit H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City or online today.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Orgavada Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Hey, Metro New York. Ready for real savings? Switch to Allstate today. Because drivers who switched saved an average of $713 on their auto insurance. So, what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for an auto insurance quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hit and run at 125th and Lex? Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers hits the ground running. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Shulman and Hill. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Shulman and Hill Injury Lawyers.
The conversation never stops on The Carton Show. Join Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle weekdays from 2 to 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
It's Pete Hoffman back on WFAN. We are being joined right now by 1986 New York Met world champion Howard Johnson.
No, it's funny because you win the World Series in 86. The team is still very, strong. 88, 87, you miss out on the playoffs, but 88, you just miss out on the World Series. Yeah. And then they kind of dip a little bit. The Mets start to dip a little bit. And a lot of people, like you said, Ray Knight didn't come back in 87. Then you had Darryl leave. You had you had Lenny. You had Wally leave. Take me through those times. How did that change the chemistry of this team? Because right now, I got to be honest, I'm not sure how much you're watching the Mets baseball. It is a rough season for the 2026 Mets fans. And this was a team that was on the cusp of, Pete Alonso carrying a team, going to the NLCS in 24, and now 2 years removed, where not only are, back-to-back losing seasons, but this is basically the worst team money can buy part two.
Yeah.
So take me through this is very similar times, no?
Oh yeah, very similar. So in 88, you gotta go back to history with 88 team. And the thing about that team was obviously Ray left after the World Series. And yeah, that was a blow. I mean, Ray was a leader in the locker room for us. So there was a little bit of a void there, but Keith and we had Darryl, and you had guys that were there willing to take up the slack. So Ray leaves, things kind of change a little bit in the locker room. Going into 87, we had a good season, but guys were getting hurt. We had all the starters go down with injury at some point for lengths of time. And when you lose pitching, that's going to kill you, number one. In 88, we kind of came back and we rallied. We had a really good team, added Greg Jeffries, Dave Cohn. We had some guys, right, that could really do the job, and the team was strong. And some people argue that might have been a better team than the 86 team. I've heard that thrown out there. We just ran into a buzzsaw with Hershiser. I mean, that's great starter, gave him innings, complete games, everything, came out of the bullpen. And when you run into that in a short series, that can happen. And that's what happened to us. And things just didn't fall our way. Doc wasn't himself in that series, gave up home run to Socia. T-Bone Shelby, I think, hit a home run as well. I mean, these guys, they never did that test during the year. We beat them 11 out of 12 during the regular season. So we knew how to handle the Dodgers. But when things happen in the playoffs, you just can't control. And then after that, the team started to go through a phase where there was a lot of call to change the roster up and move some guys, and some guys weren't happy and this and that. And next thing you know, Straw's gone, then Lenny goes, Roger goes, there's an influx of players. And all of a sudden you have kind of a mismatch of abilities, of tools, what's available. You don't always put the best players together. You got to find the right players that fit together. The right players together can win. The wrong players together, even though they're talented, not going to win. It's hard to put your finger on it, but when you see a locker room start to flip and guys leave and got new guys come in, it's hard to maintain that identity of what you had. And that's kind of what happened to the team after 88 season. Guys were just coming and going, and you lose your identity. There's things that you don't have that you used to have. And you fast forward now to 2026, and you look at that and you say, okay, what happened to the Mets from 2 years ago when they were on the cusp of, playing LA, to get to the World Series? And the team has changed. The players have flipped. Last year, unfortunately, sometime in the second half, something was happening inside the locker room. And this is my opinion, that changed where the team lost its togetherness. I don't know what it was. I don't know. I can't even guess. But when you have that happen, it's hard to win. You have to win on talent straight on. And it's hard to do that too, because there are teams out there that are playing together and they're winning and they've got a good locker room. They've got a good chemistry going. And the Mets kind of lost their mojo. And now you fast forward to this year when you had the guys leave via free agency or trade. Now you've lost your identity. And when the team was put together, I think they went out to go get the best players they could, which nobody can fault them for that.
Right.
That's what you want to do. But the chemistry part of it's really taken a hit. And hopefully these young guys that have come up, the Ewings, the Benj, and those guys, hopefully they can kind of like establish their identity. And all of a sudden now the veteran players that they do have will start to feed off of that. That could be a good thing. So you just have to wait and see. But they've kind of lost their way, unfortunately. They've lost their way and they've got to figure out a way to get it back. But I don't think there's any one thing they can do to do it. I think it is what it is this year. This is going to be severe growing pains for Met fans to go through. But hopefully coming out of the season, they'll have an identity and going into next year and where they want to build and how they want to build and who they want to build from and with. And if you can establish that, then I think you have a blueprint.
At what point in time do you look at, I'm a Francisco Lindor fan. I think that he's phenomenal talent. In your opinion, he's getting older, but can they still win around him? Or is it he's past his prime, you got to move on from him?
No, I think you could still win with him there. He's not super old. I mean, he's still moving around pretty good. He's getting hurt a little bit more now than he used to, but what he brings to the table leadership wise to the infield, I think is huge. So I would definitely build around Lindor. He can do it. I'm convinced of that. Maybe a few tweaks here and there that he might have to do. I don't know, his workload maybe has to be managed maybe a little bit more, so he doesn't run that injury risk as much. But that is what it is. I would keep Frankie there and try to build around him still. And I like Bo Bichette. I think he brings an edge to the team. It's very difficult to be traded from one league to another and establish right away. It takes time. Even though you have interleague play and you've got he's been to Citi Field before, he's seen the National League clubs, it's still different when you actually make the flip to a different league, and that is your league and your division. So you have to kind of settle in second time through. Hopefully he becomes better. It usually does. And then you kind of prepare for the next season and mentally get ready for that. And if the team can establish their identity this year with those young players and add with the older guys that are there, the veteran guys there, I think you got something there. Now it's your pitching staff is where does that go? So that you just don't know yet until the end of the season and see who's healthy and who isn't. But it's a lot to. I know we're jumping forward to the pitching, but when you have young pitchers, you can't depend on them to get you to the promised land. It just doesn't happen that way. These hitters in the big leagues, even though you can say what you want about them being good or bad, they're very smart.
Mm.
and there's game plans that get developed against them. So they're going to have to figure out a way to beat those guys somehow.
Is that why? Like, I mean, the Mets were in the news the other day for using AI to call pitches. Is that
Yeah, I
why?
saw that.
Is that why the Mets, and it's not just them too. It's other teams, but I mean maybe they were using a little heavier than others. Is that
Yeah.
why they're trying to go a different route to try to like, okay, we've maxed out on learning potential. These hitters are better. Now we have to go a different level.
Yeah, and you can't blame them. I mean, who wouldn't want to try to get better some way? If you could get AI to come up with a, pitching plan or whatever for, what pitches to throw and stuff in situations. I mean, it's worth looking at. I mean, I'm not opposed to that at all. I mean, if you could use it, I wouldn't lean on it. I wouldn't count on that to make my career, but it's certainly a tool that you can use, and it's worth like looking into a little bit deeper. But I think that's the problem now with technology that's available to pitchers, to hitters, to defenders, everything. I think the problem with that in all sports, period, is if you rely on that to be the backbone of what you're trying to do, you're not going to be successful, because that doesn't take into account what your ability is, what's inside of you, what's driving you, how you feel that certain day. Does your arm a little bit sore that day? Is your legs a little bit sore that day? It doesn't take account into any of that stuff. It's just straight up basic information. And could it work? Yeah, it could work, but you can't just say, okay, it's going to work all the time. You have to always be making your adjustments. That's the part of the game that young players have to learn, that they come up with all these tools and this success and everything, and they're able to showcase it. But the other team is actually scouting you. There's information, there's video, there's analytics that are going to break you down, and they're going to find these holes very quickly. So it's hard. This is the hardest thing for a young player to understand, is your ability got you to the big leagues, what you were able to do physically and mentally. Once you get to the big leagues, it's a whole nother level up. I mean, there's a huge difference between between double A in the major leagues. Triple A in the major leagues is a little bit smaller. Triple A, you have a lot of guys with ability, but they're lacking something mentally they haven't figured out yet. So there's a lot of up and down. The big league guys, they've been through the wars. They already understand the ups and the downs. They know how teams are going to pitch them. Once you have a track record against certain pitchers, you know how they're going to pitch you. So you get an idea. If you have success against a guy, that guy knows it. Maybe not the overall game plan can take that into effect, but if I'm facing Greg Maddux, I know what I did off of him, and he knows what I did off of him. So we're always playing a chess match, and you have to figure out ways to beat him. And so, but that's always evolving. It's never settled. And it's hard when you're a young guy to put your brain there, because you're just not used to that. You're just used to dominating with your ability. It's not that way in the big leagues. You have to kind of work your way into that and learn. And I would encourage young players to get as much information from the veterans as they can.
Listen, Howard, Howard Johnson joining me, by the way. One of my favorite things is hearing stories from like a pitcher's point of view, but then also the batter's point of view of how they faced each other. I mean, I've heard stories about Maddux, how he used to fool people where it's like, I'm going to throw, it's a blowout game, and I'm throwing an off-speed pitch in a spot that I would never throw you an off-speed pitch, but you think that I'm going to do it right here because whatever, and then I'll see you in the playoffs and I'll never throw it, but you're waiting for that pitch to come. Never happens. I love that type of stuff. That makes that gets me going, man.
Yeah, they call it, the term we call is exploring hitters. Exploring Sandy Alderson's, I forgot his name, Sandy Senior, Alomar.
Oh,
Senior, he used to talk about it all the time on the bench. We would talk in the locker room with the coaches together. He said, we don't explore hitters enough. And I asked him what he meant by that. And I understood exactly what he was saying, is that the stats may say you have to pitch a guy this way, but this particular pitcher may be able to pitch in that spot. You don't know that. Not every arm is the same. Not every fastball is the same. not every slider or split or curveball, it's not the same. It's different from one pitcher to the next. And the stats will show like a heat map of all these different pitches in certain locations, but that takes into account like an aggregate of so many guys. And that's totally different from what a Doc Gooden's curveball is to, like, say, a Ron Darling curveball. Those are two different things. And so when we talk about exploring hitters, as Sandy was saying, that we should throw guys in certain places that maybe we shouldn't and see how they react to it, because how they react will set up the next pitch. And so instead of just like looking at this is a hot and a cold zone, let's throw one into the hot area every now and then, or let's throw one into that cold zone. Obviously, you're going to see what he does with that. Maybe he hammers that cold zone pitch. You don't know that. That's going to tell you something for the next time. And so you start exploring hitters to find out what they can do, what they can't do. When I was playing towards the end of my career, I remember John Smoltz with the Braves. I was a good fastball hitter, but he used to challenge me with the fastball, but he always challenged me like up in the zone. Most guys would challenge me in or down or away, never really up. And he explored that, and he found out that I had a hard time with that high fastball, or I was at that time, at least for sure, his high fastball, because he had a lot of ride to it, and I could not get on top of it very well. So he was exploring different ways to use his best pitches. And that's to me, that's what a pitching coach does to a young pitcher. That's what a hitting coach does to a young hitter, is find out, okay, how is this guy pitching you? How can we cover that up so we can turn that into a strength your next time you face him, next time you face that guy? That's how you do it. That's how you build. That's how you learn. And that's the stuff that you want to be happening all through the year, so that by the end of the season, these guys have got like an encyclopedia worth of information about them, right? How does that pitcher? So back in the day, we'd write things down, Pete. We'd write things down, each pitch by pitch. This is what he pitched me. This is the location. When I was on first base, this was his time. This was what he did with his move. So you had all this information, how it related to you against him individually. And that was like gold to have that stuff, because now you could see patterns develop, and you could start to understand when the other guy was going to do something different. Now you understood it, and it just helped you formulate a game plan for that at bat.
Who is the toughest pitcher that you love to hit off of? There's got to be one. I mean,
Wow.
I've heard stories where, like, I'm buddies with Jan Gomes, played with the Cubs, the Guardians, and I remember we talked about like who he loved to hit off of, and there was one pitcher. I'm blanking on it. It was with the White Sox. I think that was the pitcher, but he was an amazing pitcher. I think it was Chris Sale. I think that's who it was. I think he said Chris Sale.
Really?
And he's like, oh, dude, I just crushed him. That's the one guy he always got to, but he's not a Hall of Famer by any means, but Chris Sale is.
Yeah. They used to say like Mark Belanger, going way back into the 70s and 80s. They used to own Nolan Ryan, and Belanger was like a 200 hitter, but he owned Nolan Ryan, right?
Yeah.
There was I used to hit Todd Worrell extremely well with the Cardinals. He was a reliever. He would dominate against most teams, and most guys. But when I faced him, for some reason, he was throwing where I was swinging. Didn't matter what he threw me, fastball, curveball, split. I was able to get the barrel on the ball and hit it. There was a lot of really good pitchers that I had trouble with that I had to learn how to hit. I'll give you a good story. Doug Drabeck with the Pirates was a really good pitcher, right, from Pittsburgh back in the 80s and the 90s. And he used to get me out on a 2-0 break BP fastball, where it basically just take a little bit off his fastball just to get me out front just a little bit. I hit the ball at the end. It'd be a lazy fly ball out to right field or something. And I come back pissed off because he got me out on that stupid pitch. Well, it happened one time at Shea, like the fifth time or sixth time. I'm so stupid. I let it happen that long. Just changed my career. I said, okay, no more. I'm not going to, if I'm in that situation again, I'm going to be ready for it. If he throws me that BP fastball, I'm going to wait on it. I'm going to sit on it. and I'm going to take a whack at it, and I'm going to hammer it. Sure enough, my next at bat, I go up there, 2-0 count, throws me a BP fastball, took a little bit off. I'm sitting on it. I'm scared to death. I've never done that before. And I hit it out of the ballpark. That changed my career. My eyes were opened at that point that, okay,
Wow.
now all of a sudden stuff those veteran guys were telling me back in the day made sense to me. And that's how I learned how to hit from that day
That's
forward.
That's amazing. Let me now. This is not supposed to be insulting at all, but like there are edges that people always try to get. Was there something that the Mets, that your teams, the teams that you were on, tried to do? Like, I mean, obviously we know the egregious Astro cheating scandal, right? We're not talking about like. Was there something that at your date and time, which now would be like, whatever, no big deal? Was there something that you guys had that was advanced at that moment?
Be honest with you, we did not have any signs given like during like you have a guy on second and he could see location and pitch or whatever, he can figure it out and relay it to something. The only thing we would do is we would try to set location up and relay that to the hitter. So when you're taking your lead at second base and you see a catcher shift over to one side of the plate or the other, we would just mimic that. So if it was his right-hand hitter and the catcher was going to slide into the pitch inside, if we were on second base, we would make our first move, this way towards third base, meaning that the ball was going to head to that half of the plate. And if the catcher set up outside, then we would make a little job move to the left, and that would mean that he's setting up away. So little things like that we did. That I think everybody does that, but that's the stuff that we did. Some guys didn't want to know pitches at all.
Yeah,
which is okay.
What were you like? Were you one that was just like, I don't want to know, or if you got information, tell me?
Before the Doug Drabeck at bat, I didn't want to know anything prior. I just want to look. I'm looking fastball. I'm trying to adjust on the breaking ball or the changeup. I'm hunting heater the whole way. Once that happened, I started to realize I could look for certain things, and if I could get something from somebody, I would. But we never really had that sophisticated a plan.
Howard, a couple more questions just because I have to.
Yeah.
You mentioned guys like Greg Jeffries. You mentioned guys like Kevin Mitchell. 2 pointed questions because Kevin Mitchell got traded early on after the 86 World Series. And there was always a story or like, we all know Doc and Darryl's history. Kevin Mitchell was always wrapped up in that. What's the real true story about Kevin Mitchell? What was he like as a teammate?
The true story, he was one of the best teammates I've ever had. He's like a brother to me, brother from a different mother. We always call each other. I talk to him on the phone periodically. He's just a great guy. No, a lot of the stories. Mitch grew up in San Diego in some bad areas, and he had an edge to him. I mean, he would tell you they used to fight all the time, and so he was really an enforcer on our team. If anything happened to any of us out there. We were playing in Cincinnati. I was talking to Straw, and Mitch was right next to me, and we're standing on the railing, and Tuff was up, and he got drilled in the back by Tom Browning, and Mitch was the first one over the fence. He didn't even wait for Tuff to run out there. Tuff's on the ground like doing the tuna, and Mitch just hops over the fence and beelines into the pitcher. And next thing you know, there's Straw, and then the rest of us will go out. So Mitch is the first guy to come in, and he was an enforcer. And we love Mitch. Mitch is the best guy ever. He never let none of that stuff from his childhood or anything affect how he in the locker room. He was always laid back, had a great time, great sense of humor. Unbelievable.
And then as far as Greg Jeffries goes, you named him when he came in. There was a lot. He was a top prospect, someone that was supposed to be the next big thing. And he had his note to WFAN. He spoke about how it was like a hell type of environment. He had a decent career afterwards. He had a couple good seasons with the Cardinals. But, from your perspective, tell me if I'm wrong here. I hear a lot of – no, I'm not trying to say Greg Jeffries is Juan Soto by any means. But he was to himself, if I'm correct, and that's very much what Juan Soto is. Is that correct of how he was in the locker room?
Yeah, that's fair to say, Pete. That's fair to say. Greg was a great competitor. I mean, this guy would fight you in the box all day long. He wanted to play. He'd fight you every at bat. I loved it. He had a lot going for him. I think he had a hard time with failure. That was his biggest issue. So that's what drives most guys away from success is dealing with the failure that comes with playing. Uh, when you get to the big leagues, you could be the greatest player in the minor leagues. When you get to the big leagues, the biggest difference that stands out is not necessarily the pitching; it's the defense. These guys make plays like crazy. I mean, they're getting paid. They're the best in the world to make plays, and they make plays. You hit a ball 9 times out of 10 in your minor league career or balls in the gap, and some center fielder's running full speed and lays out and catches it. That stuff happens. You know, they're positioned better. Everything's better in the major leagues. And I think he had a hard time with the failure that came with that. Um, his he came with had a lot of expectations, probably more than anybody I've ever known that had it laid on him, which is very unfair because to have a young player come up and have those kind of expectations is really not a fair shake for him. And I think that kind of hurt his development a little bit because really no matter what he did, if it wasn't the best, he was looked at as struggling. And I don't know how much he read the media, the papers, the radio. I don't know, but I know he was a little bit troubled at times with the guys in the locker room. And yeah, he went through some difficult times in there. Nothing, evil or anything like that. Just, we expect guys to come in, put their head down and get to work and not worry about the other stuff, and sometimes Greg might have got a little carried away with some of the outside stuff that was going on, but really, I don't have any details on that. I just kind of my sense of how the things kind of went down for him, but tremendous player. His attitude, he would play as hard as anybody I've ever seen play. He worked hard. He did all those things. But at the end of the day, if Greg had a good day, you knew it. And if he didn't, you knew it.
Two more quick ones. Because, again, you've been through this before. 94 was a strike year. We're talking about a potential lockout. Baseball seems to be booming right now. Everyone loves baseball. It's back. There's a lot of good excitement here. There's a lot of amazing ball players, but there's a potential lockout here. Take me through the recovery of baseball. It kind of was at the tail end of your career, but take me through like the outside or your close perspective of it. How long it took for it to come back, and a potential strike, a lockout year. What it could the effect it could have on the growth of the sport.
Well, it's definitely going to have an effect. A lot of people, I hear it all the time, they stopped watching baseball after the 94 season because of the strike and stuff and the lockout. And it's fair to say if that happens again, that's going to happen. The only similarity is that some of the people on the owner's side are still with the owner's side today. There's still a remnant of that in the front offices today, in Major League Baseball front offices today. I'll just leave it at that. And those guys back then really wanted to break the union. And that remnant of that is still in MLB today. You would think that after all this time, baseball and the players would be able to get together and figure out how to not go down this dark path, right? But as long as that remnant of that is still there, then we're destined to repeat the problem from 94. And that's my heart. I feel. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that's where we're headed. And if that's the case, we're going to lose some fans. I mean, it's sad. I think there's so much money out there to be made, and both sides are making it. Shouldn't be that difficult to come to an agreement. After all, they've had agreements since 94.
Yep.
Correct? So it can be done. The only thing that would stop it from this time being done is that remnant of 94 in the same building now in 2026. So as long as that's there, we got a chance to go down the same road.
Well, I hope we don't. And finally, for you again, you're back in town for the 1986 celebration, 40 years World Series. Besides Bobby Ojeda, give me the one person you want to see and give a hug that you haven't spoken to in forever.
Oh man, well, I see a lot of guys. Wow, that's a good. Probably Santana. I'll give a hug to Raffy. I love Raffy. This guy, he had the best. He played baseball the way it should be played. Every day he was the same. He's happy whether he's in the lineup or not. He was always pulling for you. Even if I was at shortstop or Mitch was at shortstop or somebody else, he was always positive and he's always joining with the group on the, playing cards and all that stuff. But I love Raffy. I love Tough. I love Backman. I see Wally periodically. Obviously Bobby O. I mean, Straw. I see Straw. So I see a lot of these guys. Just a lot of good memories, man. Just a lot of good memories.
Well, listen, Howard, we're looking to see a lot more memories of you. And listen, I'd love to have you on whenever because I could talk baseball with you forever. So let me know if we could do it again because I took up way too much of your time. But
that's okay. I like to talk. I like to talk about the game. I'll talk about the Mets,
Let's go. Well, Howard Johnson, thanks so much. Pleasure to finally speak to you. Looking forward to seeing you this weekend. All right?
All right, Pete. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
The Dean Kramer trade to the Twins. I thought there'd be more activity. You're talking about teams that are fiending to get better. You're talking about a lot of teams being involved in this trade deadline, whether it's people buying. We had John Morosi on who said it's like you might have a lot of teams that like are giving each other pieces and kind of like a fair deal where they're both getting better because everyone's kind of in this, and yet we've really seen nothing. It's Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's the trade deadline. We usually get something before Monday. Like it's either Monday's going to be chaotic or it's going to be the worst trade deadline ever because we see so many teams already like the Padres say Mason Miller is off the table. Mason Miller's gone. He's not getting traded, and they're beating up on the Giants right now, the Padres. So every time they win, less likely for them to give up pieces. The Orioles, a team that we were talking about, they traded away a pitcher to Minnesota, but that might be more because of Dean Kramer wasn't fitting the team anymore. Maybe there was issues in the dugout, in the clubhouse, which is why he went to Minnesota. But the Orioles just win. So now they're 2 games behind in the wild card. Like all these teams are so and baseball, guess what? You want a parity, you got it. Good job. Every team is in it besides 6, and the Mets happen to be one of them. Now think about that. Every team in baseball, there's 24 teams in baseball that are basically in this playoff race, but 6. And the one of the highest paid teams, one of the highest payrolls, the Mets, and they've never even sniffed a playoff spot this offseason. This season. This season was so bad, it was done in April. We joked about it. Oh, yeah, I've never seen a team lose in April before. I mean, the Mets were dead. Dead. And the crazy part is when you look at the Mets, they're going to have to dismantle this team. I mean, I've saw that they're going to make between 6 to 10 trades. I mean, that's how many pieces they're looking to offload. They've already had one. They got rid of AJ Minter for Bruin Agbayani, who is related to Benny Agbayani. But they're going to have to do a lot more. And then the concern is after that, then what? Then what is the plan? You offload all of these pieces that didn't work for you. Now you get new prospects in, and then what? Where do you go from there? Is there a direction of this team? I got to be honest. And I said it over the offseason when all of a sudden after not signing Alonso, after trading Demo and McNeil, fine, whatever, and not doing anything, and Jorge Polanco really the only deal, and then saying we're going to wait for Freddie Peralta. We all knew Freddie Peralta was going to happen, but Luis Robert Jr., we all knew it was going to happen too. And that all took to the end of the offseason to really transpire and really happen. Nothing was going on. And then all of a sudden you heard the Kyle Tucker rumors, and then you got the Bo Bichette came out of nowhere. And it really made me feel that David Stearns had no idea what he was doing. And after this season, I think it's official. I do. David Stearns, this is too big for him. This is not a small market team. It's too big for him, and he's lost. He has no idea what he's doing. And the people that he was relying upon, the people he brought in here, they failed him. On the top that he's failed everybody, the people he relied upon, they failed him. Because this has been putrid. Now, on the other side, you got the Yankees, who are... I've never seen a team that is so stubborn that they're not going to pull the trigger on moves. Now, they haven't done anything yet. There's still 3 days left till the trade deadline. Today, tomorrow, Monday. But it feels like there are obvious moves to make, and yet I don't think Brian Cashman and Hal Steinbrenner are going to make those moves. Why? Because it's either A, going to cost too many prospects, or B, cost too much money. And they're not going to do either. They're not going to go above and beyond. Now, they say they're going to be all in. They say they're going to be aggressive. But I don't agree. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the Yankees be aggressive at the trade deadline. I want them to. This is the year to do it. When you're sitting here, in a spot where you're only a few games out of the number one seed, you need to make a trade when you're this close. And especially because you don't know if Aaron Judge is coming back. And that's really the way that the Yankees have to play it. And with Cody Bellinger down, and I'm sorry, I'm a Giancarlo Stanton supporter, but it is time to move on. If that means you got to eat the contract to get him out of here, you may have to. And that's okay. But be aggressive. You can't, if you're the Yankees, you cannot wait around and hope that things fall your way. Go out, be aggressive, get the best players to make your team the best, because your competition, not the Rays, which is obviously competition, but it's not the Rays. It's not the Orioles. It's not the Tigers. It's not these teams. It's not the Astros. I mean, who are finally in first place in the West with a 56-55 record. It's not those teams. It's the Dodgers. That's what it is. So go out and beat the Dodgers. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these phones. Again, thank you to Howard Johnson, who was on. Gave me plenty of time. I appreciate it. Again, later on today, the Mets are celebrating the 40th anniversary. Thank you to John Morosi, who hopped on at 10, which, he gave me a ton of info, good information, good stuff on the trade deadline. That was at 10 o'clock. And then we had Emmanuel Berbari at 9 as well. If you want to go listen to any of those interviews, go to WFAN, the Odyssey app. Go find it there. And then as well, you can always just do the rewind stuff, and we'll probably post it somewhere on social media as well. Let's get to Bruce in Yonkers. Bruce, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Hoff. Always a pleasure. Hojo is great. He should be the Mets' new manager. What do you think next year? What do you think about that?
I love Hojo, and I love the fact that, we were talking about the AI stuff, and he was very transparent. You can't rely on it. There's got to be that gut reaction, that got the feel. Remember, the fact that the pitcher is out there and he's on the mound and he may not have the stuff that he needs that day. And if a computer is sitting there telling you, oh well, just get your slider in, but you can't get it over, or you're just grooving it. Like, what are we doing here? It doesn't. An AI doesn't count all the tangibles. Doesn't count all the scenarios. It just tells you what it educationally thinks. And by the way, AI is wrong all the time. Trust me. I go and look up, go on Galaxy and Google all the time and go and check it out, and it's giving me wrong information constantly. So, I mean, why do we have to think that their AI is better than ours?
Absolutely. Can I do a quick Mets Yankees comment?
Sure.
Okay, I agree. The Yankees are trying to win now. It could be a strike next year. The American League is very weak this year. They're trying to win now. The Mets are the opposite. They're trying to probably shed payroll and get younger, right?
Right.
So can I give you a proposed Mets-Yankees trade? It'll never happen, but
sure.
Just give me your opinion. All right, so the Mets trade Lindor, but they have to pay half of his salary at least, okay?
Okay.
And they trade Weaver, okay?
This is to the Yankees.
And they trade Torrens because the Yankees need a right-handed catcher.
Okay.
And the Yankees, I'm going to give up Lombard, okay? Because we're trying to win now, and everybody thought Volpe was going to be so great. It didn't turn out so great. You never know with prospect. I'm going to give you Lombard, Rodon, and the other catcher, Sanchez, the righty catcher back, or another prospect.
Well, I don't care about the backup catcher. I don't need Ali Sanchez. We had him, I think, at one point in time. Carlos Rodon and Lombard for basically Lindor, Weaver, and Torrens. I mean, listen, here's the thing is, I don't want to trade Lindor, but it makes too much sense for the Yankees to have him. And it's so perfect. It's almost stupid that they haven't or they can't agree on something to make that happen. Because, by the way, guess what? Lindor doesn't have to move. He just goes to a different town. He goes to a different city, different borough. Right. I mean, it makes too much sense. I hate it as a Met fan. But here's the rub, though. You said that they have to pay a lot of Lindor's salary.
About half, yeah.
I don't know where that'll work. Like, you give up Lombard, which is a big piece, but to trade Lindor, who's still an asset on the Mets, and then still have to pay his payroll, I don't know if they're going to do that. They have too much that they're paying so much money everywhere. I don't think they can eat that as well. So I'm not sure if they do it, if it costs a lot of money for them. But I think otherwise they would be open to it, because you got to remember, Carlos Rodon is not cheap. So Lindor for Rodon is almost not a wash for money. That's not even true. But that could make more sense. Like, hey, Carlos Rodon, by the way, the Yankees, do you need Carlos Rodon in the playoffs? Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe.
And I don't think Rodon is as reliable. If you compare him to Cole, Schlittler, and Fried, I think those three are more reliable than Rodon any day of the week. It's not a bad trade. And for you, Torrens and Weaver getting back, and you've seen what Weaver, so you know he can pitch in the big time in the city, in the Bronx. It's not a bad trade, but again, I just don't think it'll happen because I don't think the Yankees want to give up Lombard. I don't think the Mets will want to move Lindor, because the Mets are basically saying, here's Francisco Lindor, go win a World Series. And to do that, to hand them a player that's going to have a significant say in a World Series, I don't know if the Mets can. I don't know if Steve Cohen can swallow that pill. You know what I mean?
Right, but the Yankees won't do it and pay Lindor's whole salary for 8 years. I don't think they would do it.
No. I again, and Bruce, thanks so much for a phone call. Yeah, I don't see the Mets going and paying most of that contract, or the Yankees. I don't know. We were talking about this earlier with Manny Machado and Mason Miller, right? Like, if Mason Miller and Manny Machado became available, and it was a package deal, do we think that the Yankees would pony up and give up George Lombard Jr. for Manny Machado and Mason Miller? And I don't think that's enough. But I'll tell you this much. I know that the Padres are going to want prospects back if Mason Miller's involved. And the Yankees don't want to pay Manny Machado. But the Padres aren't going to want to pay Manny Machado either. So you got two issues. It's like they don't want to give the prospects up, but maybe they'll take on the payment of Machado. But if I'm the Padres, I'm going to say no to that. I'm going to say no to just giving away the best chip I have in Mason Miller so that I can offload Manny Machado's payroll. I don't think that works. I'm more about the prospects because at least if you get the prospects, you could balance out and say, I know I'm paying Manny Machado money, but at least I have a player that could perform. I know I'm going to have to pay him in the long run at some point in time too, but right now I don't have to. He's cheaper. But again, that's the whole Robinson Cano and Robinson Cano and Edwin Diaz for Jared Kelnick. You know? And Jay Bruce. I forgot Bruce was in that. But you basically take Robinson Cano, his contract, you pay that bill, and you get Edwin Diaz. Great, but you give him a prospect. Even though the prospect meant nothing, at the end of the day, I still think you don't want to do both. 888-808-1019. Sean is in Old Bridge. What's up, Sean?
What's up, Pete Hoff? How we doing?
I'm good, brother. What's up?
I'm doing all right. So I know this trade deadline's been really, really going to be really busy for the Yankees. So I just thought of something interesting. Let's say, for example, that they do get Rafael Devers. Which infielder do you think they would have to give up in exchange for getting Devers?
For Devers, what infielder?
Yeah, like what or like what players would they have to trade away?
Well, again, like if they're taking Devers' contract, I don't think it's going to take a top level prospect. I don't think it will. I think you could get rid of some prospects, and maybe you want to offload. I mean, you're not going to offload Caballero. I'm trying to think of somebody that maybe there's a bench player that you can put on and just kind of throw the Giants. It's amazing to me that the Giants begged to give money to players. They begged to give money to Willie Adames, begged to give money to Matt Chapman, wanted to sign Aaron Judge. They begged to pay all these guys, and they got Devers, they got Willie Adames, and they got Matt Chapman, and now it's like, all right, well, let's just strip it down and get rid of him. It's like, what are you doing? But yeah, I could see. I don't think it's going to take as much to get Devers. I really don't. I think you're not going to have to do a Lombard. I don't think you have to do Spencer Jones. Maybe they ask for like a Jason Dominguez or something like that. Maybe, but I mean, you don't have to if you're covering all that money.
I mean, it depends on how Dominguez does, because like he might be traded soon. Who knows? Like how? Because I know he's been having some trouble throughout so far this season. So it kind of happens. It happens.
Yeah,
but
and again, and Sean, thanks so much for the phone call. I'm not telling you that Jason Dominguez is going to be a terrible ball player, and that's the whole thing. Like Anthony Volpe, is he going to be a terrible ball player here the rest of his career? Maybe not. I mean, he's still young, But right now, he's not successful with a team that needs success at every position. They need a solid shortstop defensively, and they could use some offensive help. And it sounds like George Lombard is getting a call. It sounds like George Lombard is not going anywhere. Now, I think it's going to be impossible to do that if you're going to bring in a top-level player like a Skubal, like a Mason Miller, someone who has control, like a Zach Neto, for example. He's basically what you want out of Anthony Volpe. Say it all the time. And I talked to John Morosi, and first name he brought up was like, hey, Zach Neto's out there. He's basically Anthony Volpe, but with production. I know that McMonagle keeps saying that the defensive metrics aren't as good or not as good as you'd like them to be. But either way, if you're producing offensively, I think that's already an upgrade because that's something right now that the Yankees need is a bat in that lineup. Catcher-wise, Hunter Goodman, everyone's talking about. But that, again, the Colorado Rockies don't have to give up Hunter Goodman. They don't have to do it. So if you want him, it's going to take Lombard Jr. 888-808-1019. We'll take a quick break. Get back to your phone calls. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 1 when Gordon Damer takes over. You can always hit me up on social media at Hoff WFAN.
The Yankees played the Cubs in the Windy City, 7-10 tonight.
Fielded by Jazz, acrobatic throw, off balance, in time.
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
This portion of the program is brought to you by police officers RightToSue.com.
This is attorney J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill Injury Lawyers. From Fordham to Kingsbridge, we are New York. When a multi-vehicle accident happens at Fordham Road in Grand Concourse, it's no accident. People call us first. Shulman & Hill has recovered more than $1 billion for our injured clients with no upfront fees. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Shulman & Hill Injury Lawyers. That's Shulman & Hill Injury Lawyers.
Total Orthopedics and Sports Medicine is expanding across Long Island, New York City, and New Jersey, with locations opening in Comac, Babylon, and West Orange. Expert care is closer than ever. Their top-rated doctors treat everything from everyday injuries to complex orthopedic conditions. Wherever you are in your journey, they can help you move forward. They're experts at getting you back to being you. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com to schedule your appointment today, or call 855-321-ORTHO.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad. That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Every opinion counts with Evan and Tiki. Join the conversation weekdays from 10 to 2. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
888-808-1019 is Pete Hoff with you on the Fan for another 30 minutes. Then Gordon Damer takes over. And, a lot of talk about the football season has started up because, camps are opening up and excitement just to talk football because it takes your mind off of, if you're a Met fan, the crappy season. If you're a Yankee fan, it's going to take 2 months to get to the playoffs right now. So, what are we doing here? Just quick outlooks here for both teams. And I keep on hearing everyone say the same thing. It's the most optimistic time to be, a football fan because it's clean. It's new. It's a whole new season. What can go wrong? The whole season's in front of you. But here's the problem I have with the Jets. I really have a problem because they are not well coached at this point. Like Aaron Glenn, I know that he's changed his momentum. He spoke to the media. He didn't curse. Maybe he's going to be less combative. But that doesn't mean he's going to be a good head coach. It doesn't mean that the play calling is going to be great. Last year, all I saw was a bad defensive team that was supposed to be the superpower, if you know what I mean, with no offense. And I keep on hearing about how great this offense is going to be because of the talent the Jets have, a great offensive line. And I know that Breece Hall must feel better because of his contract. And I know that Garrett Wilson's now healthy. So that should be good. And they signed, they brought in another tight end, and that should be good. It's gonna take a lot for me to believe in Geno Smith that he can actually go out there and play well for the Jets and give the Jets an opportunity to have a good season. I guarantee you Geno Smith will win 1 or 2 games. He'll find a way to get lucky, whatever the case is. He is a professional quarterback. He won some games with the Raiders. It's going to happen. He's going to find a way to win a couple games. It's very rare that a team goes 0-17 or goes winless. It has happened, but it's very rare. So the Jets aren't going to go winless, but they're going to be close to it. And again, that's based on the history of this team. Nothing has changed this offseason where it goes, wow, they got their S together. You heard Plaxico Burress on the Joint Venture podcast where he basically said, I walked into Jets camp, Jets practice every day going, oh, well, I'm a loser. Whether it was a joke or not, there's some seriousness behind it. There's some realness behind that. It's the same old Jets, the same way as the same old Mets. So I hate to burst the bubble and be like, oh, this season's going to be so good and it's so early and I can't wait to see what the Jets can do. I don't have much faith right now. I truly don't. And it's going to be another long season. It just is. Now, as far as the Giants go, I think it's different. I do think I believe in Jackson Dart that he's going to have a better season. I think the guy is not saying he's a nerd, but he's locked in. He studies hard. He's locked in. And I think that Harbaugh, at the end of the day, is going to put together and clean up whatever messes were there last year. I don't think it was all on Dable. I truly don't. But I think the messes that were there will be fixed by John Harbaugh. And you already saw a team that could compete with most others. The Giants last year competed with the Denver Broncos, competed with the Bears, teams that were playoff teams. Now, they blew them. It didn't end well in those games, but they competed. And now you have a coach that has a winning pedigree, that knows how to win. True, he hasn't won a Super Bowl in a long time, has won a Super Bowl. And that you can't take away. You know, no matter what I want to say about Brian Dable, at the end of the day, he didn't win anything. I honestly, I liked his coaching. I liked his attitude. I liked everything about him. But he didn't win. Harbaugh, he's got the charisma. He's got the stoic nature to him. And I said last week, too, you know, he had that passion with the Giants speech, and some people laughed at that, going, oh, that wasn't very good. The New York Giants. Well, not for nothing. I think he was trying to make a point that this is a special franchise. It has history. And I think he hammered it home. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you again for another 25 minutes or so up until Gordon Damer. Let's get to these phone calls. Allie is in Queens. Allie, what's going on?
Okay, so I want to talk about Volpe, right?
Yes.
So you're going to get much for him, right? I'm trying to think maybe there's a bench player you can include, but you're basically going to have to pay guys to take some of these contracts, right? So they got Willie and they got Batty, right? Well, what are you doing? I don't think it's going to take as much as people think. I don't think you're going to get a lot. Maybe they asked for Jason Dominguez, but I don't think you have to do that.
Who are you suggesting that they trade him to? Who's they? Out of curiosity.
I just think that what I'm telling you is that Volpe is going to be a terrible player for the rest of his career. If things don't change. He needs a fresh start.
Right, but he's 20, he's still, 25, 26 years old. He's still young. He's not, like, old. I mean, you go through history of baseball. Like, I just interviewed Howard Johnson. He came up at 21 years old, and that was in 1982. It took him till 1987. That was 5 years, so he was about 26, 27 years old, and he had his first, like, 30 season. Like, sometimes things take some time, and Volpe's still young, so I'm not knocking him, but it's not going to work here. Sometimes you can just tell.
So Volpe's defensive metrics are good, right? Or maybe not as good, depending on which numbers you look at.
He was a Gold Glover the first season, and I think that was more out of everyone else was bad. I don't think it was more because of him. I'll be honest. I'll be fair.
So I'll say this: as long as a Yankees fan, I mean, I've been a long Yankees fan. I don't care about prospects or winning the off season.
Yeah,
I care about one thing: is bringing another World Series championship back to the Bronx, right?
And when's the last time you saw one there, Allie?
Oh my gosh, it's been a very fucking long time. So this organization,
you can't curse, but you can put her back up. You can put her back up.
So there is potential.
Just watch
there
the
is a lot of
language.
potential.
Allie, just watch the language.
I'm so sorry. There is a lot of potential, but I'm just sick and tired of, like, you know, if Anthony Volpe is a piece that gets you as an establishment impact player who immediately makes this team better, then make the trade. Championship windows don't stay open forever. And the Yankees can't keep wasting years waiting on players to figure it out.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
No,
So
you're
I think
100%, Allie. And I agree with you on that. And Allie, did you see the 2009 World Series? Were you around for that one?
I was, yes.
Did you see the 2000 World Series? We were around for that one.
Yeah. But I think that this organization is wasting their time on making players figure it out. And that's a problem. The biggest problem, though, isn't just the roster, it's the leadership. The year after year, we see the same questionable lineup, decisions, bullpen, whatever you want to call it, mismanagement, the same lack of urgency and the same disappointing results when games, matter the most. And at some point, the excuses run out. Like, what's going on?
Well, here's the thing, Allie, and I thank you so much for a phone call. There are excuses, but at the end of the day, what are they doing? They're still getting into the playoffs. That's not good enough. I understand that. You need to win a championship. And here's the thing is you're sitting here in a time where your best player is not even available right now. And you don't know if he's going to come back. You're right. They're just getting older. Aaron Judge may continue to get hurt from here on out. Like we're talking about, so many other players in baseball. We're talking about Francisco Lindor. Oh, he's washed up. He's 33 years old. I mean, is he really washed up? I don't think so. I think he's still a very positive player. But I do think you need to move forward if you're the Yankees, that you have to play like Aaron Judge isn't coming back, and you have to be aggressive here and bring in pieces that are going to help you win. And Anthony Volpe, you don't have that time right now. You don't. You just don't. Because there are too many mediocre pieces offensively, which is why, again, they've scored. And I'll just remind everybody, the Yankees in the past 14 games, since they come back from the All-Star break, there have been 10 games where they've scored 3 or less runs. Now, they've won some of those games, but it's tough to win. It truly is when you're scoring 3 or less runs. I mean, they just lost to the White Sox 2-1 in extra innings. They barely scraped a run. And you get a player on second base to begin an inning. 888-808-1019. Jack is in the Upper West Side. What's up, Jack?
Hey, Pete. Always good to hear from you. You're such a good dude. I came in as you were. I didn't catch all of the Howard interview. Do you know if that'll be on YouTube at some point?
It'll be up tomorrow at 8 o'clock or later on today at 8 o'clock in the morning. Yes, it'll be up there.
Great. I'll look for it. But I called because I wanted to disagree with you a little bit about Stearns. Like,
please.
I think his biggest problem is that he's a charisma negative 20. He's not a communicator who can persuade. But I don't think that means he doesn't have a clue. I like this team coming in. Vegas liked this team coming in. I feel like, pretty much everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for this team. But I think that even basic things like if Juan, Lindor, and Bichette had normal years, they're 3 of the great offensive players in baseball. And I think not having those guys together just so burdened this team. I mean, look at what the Yankees, how they're impacted by Judge's absence. And then you throw in, fluke things like our best pitcher getting a broken leg. There's stuff like they did take some calculated risks. Stearns did take some calculated risks with some guys who've had some injury history.
Sure.
But Polanco was coming off like one of the best years of his career, where he almost put Seattle in the World Series.
Yeah,
so
but Jack, here's my problem with that, and I get it. You look at 1 year and you go, look what he did last year. But how many times? Like, let's put it this way: David Stearns doesn't want to look at the big picture and sign someone to a long-term deal because he's concerned about injuries in the long term. Okay, respect that. A Tariq Skubal, for example, is going to be a prized possession in the offseason. He won't even sniff a contract. Why? Because he's worried in 6-7 years from now that he won't be productive. Okay, I understand that for a pitcher. But I'm going to go back to the Pete Alonso scenario again. All right? Mm-hmm. Pete Alonso has done nothing but hit 30-plus home runs every year and driving close to 100-plus RBIs every year. Yes, there was one season where he only drove an 88. But besides that one outlier random year, he's been a 30-100 guy every year. His batting average has fluctuated, sure. His OPS has been sometimes high, sometimes low, sure. But he does the same thing every single year. And David Stearns said, I can't do that because I'm concerned about years 3, 4, and 5 with Pete Alonso. But I saw Jorge Polanco last year have a good season, so let me give him 2 years. Well, guess what? Jorge Polanco, his history does not always say that he's going to be good. It definitely doesn't say he's going to be healthy every year, but even when he is healthy, he's not always good. He's not always productive. So you're not doing the right research. You're doing analytical research where, well, when Jorge Polanco plays and he hits a ball, maybe if they're playing him in a different position, that ball will fall and he'll get a hit out of that. So I like the way he hits the ball, and analytically speaking, he should have more hits and he'll have more production as long as he stays healthy. It was a 2-year risk rather than going for a 5-year deal on a guarantee.
Let me run with you on this because I love Pete, and I always thought Pete was an elite run producer. And I thought last year was one of his best years. He had the most doubles. He was more than just a home run hitter. He's a run producer, which is what he's been. Two things on that. Hector and I talked about this, and Hector says that Pete was not at all open to any possibility of playing more games as a DH, like reducing his first base play. So that was a problem with, the Mets might have been willing to give him the 5 years and the money that he was looking at, but he, with the idea that he could work towards being a DH. Because put it this way, I've never seen a team win a championship when they had infielders who you did not know where the ball was going with the game on the line. I mean, we've been down that road in 2015, but I love Pete, but the flaw in his game is that as much as I loved him, I never knew where he was going to throw the ball in any given moment. So
yeah,
to me,
Jack,
I
think that's
didn't mind. Let me give you. Appreciate the time, but let me give you one last thing on this. Like I looked at, McNeil and Nimmo ultimately were replaced by Ewing and Benj, who we're really excited about. I thought Bichette as a run producer, as a contact hitter with a lifetime 330 runners in scoring position, he was the replacement for Pete as a run producer. Peralta, everyone loved, and he's been a zero. So I just feel that, I can't say I didn't like the team coming in, but I didn't mind Stearns pivoting in a different direction on how he was going to distribute long-term contracts. Like Skubal may be one of the best pitchers in baseball and been the best pitcher in baseball for a couple of years, but I wouldn't give that guy a long-term commitment based on a couple of Tommy Johns and his age. I just wouldn't do it. I mean, there's so many bad contracts out there. It's incredible the amount of bad contracts out there. So anyway, I love you, Pete. Thanks for the time. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
I appreciate your phone call, Jack. Thanks so much. And listen, I understand bad contracts. I understand it. But like at some point in time, you have to look at the players that you want to build your team around, right? Like Juan Soto's contract. I'm sorry. That contract, though I'm happy that Juan Soto chose the Mets, whether it was for the money, which we all know he did, that's why he came to the Mets, is for the money. I'm still happy that the Mets made that offer because we have one of the best players in baseball. Now, how has that worked so far the past 2 years? Awful. It's been terrible. They've missed the playoffs 2 years. He gets hurt already in his second year. I mean, there is major concern that this is going to be a terrible contract. But I can't think about that. What I could think of is Juan Soto is a Met. And he's one of the best players in baseball. And that means we could build around that. Because we have Steve Cohen, who has a ton of money, and quote-unquote David Stearns, who is a genius when it comes down to building a team. The problem is David Stearns has not done his part so far. Steve Cohen has put up the money. David Stearns, and yes, it's only been year 3 for David Stearns. But that first year was not his team. It was, let me evaluate. Second year was his team. Or at least that's what he said it was. And he basically, he had to make choices to make it look like it was his team this offseason because he wanted to change so much. And the fact that Pete Alonso, think about this, Pete Alonso actually ruined David Stearns' plan that day in Milwaukee, in that wild card game, in the 9th inning off of Devin Williams, ruined David Stearns' plan to completely gut the team. It ruined his plan. He had to bring Pete Alonso back. Didn't want to, he had to. Which is why Steve Cohen was the guy to sit there and make the call and say, dude, let's get this done. But he didn't want Pete Alonso back. And again, this is not a Pete Alonso conversation. It's just the genesis of what David Stearns is looking to do. He is looking to bring in his type of player. And so far, that has backfired. So far, that has gone to the wayside. So far, every move he's touched has turned to dust. It's been dead on arrival. And I don't trust him right now. But that being said, they still have to make moves. And I keep on saying this too. Like, you're going to have to gut this team. I don't know what next year is going to look like. I have no idea what the lockout's going to look like. Maybe it's just better off that they get a lockout and just throw away the whole season so I have to watch bad baseball again for another year, because this was awful. And you think that it's bad baseball now, once everyone gets traded, it's probably going to get worse. You know? Yes, we don't have to see Luis Robert Jr. anymore. We hopefully won't have to see, Jorge Polanco anymore. I got to be honest with you, though, that we're probably going to still see, Jared Young at first base and Marcus Semien playing second base. Bo Bichette playing third base. You're probably still going to see that, and he's not that great at third base. So you're still going to see some of these guys out there, but the others that get called up, that come in, they're going to be terrible. The pitchers that are going to get called up, if we trade Freddie Peralta, Jonah Tong getting a start, get ready for that one. He has not been great in the minors. I know his last start was much better, but he has not been good in the minors. So get ready for that ride. This season is going to get worse. But that being said, they still got to gut it. They got to. And the Yankees, again, I got to say, before we leave, we're going to be on air on Monday, the Carton Show with Chris McMonagle. And we're going to be locked in on all the breaking news, all the trades. And I'm hoping that it starts today. I really do hope that trades start today. And they should. Because if you're the Yankees, if you're the Mets, like, you can't just do everything in one day. You're not going to be able to make 6 trades in a day if you're the Mets, or 10 trades in a day if you're the Mets. You can't do it. That's just too crazy. You can't wait to the last minute. You got to have to be a little more proactive. Because there's other teams that, like, look at the Minnesota Twins right now. They've already made 2 moves. Are they amazing? No. AJ Minter, Dean Kramer. But they're making moves. Teams are going to start to make moves. Whether they're big or small, they're going to make moves. Well, if the Mets aren't in on those moves, they might miss out on others because there's less availability. The buyers may turn into sellers. It's so close this year. In the standings, it's just who knows what any team's going to do. We do know that there's 6 sellers because there's 6 teams that are completely out of it, and the Mets are one. But the Yankees, they got to be aggressive. And again, if they don't come away Monday at 6 p.m. with a star-studded hitter, they have failed. I will continue to say that. You can get Mason Miller, you can get Tariq Skubal, which they're probably not going to get. But you could try to go for those guys. If you don't get some sort of asset offensively that's impactful, like a top 4 in your lineup hitter, then you failed. And Brian Cashman can't fail this year. He just can't. Thank you to Ray Jarvis. Thank you to Paul Rosenberg. Thank you to Emmanuel Berbari, John Morosi of MLB Network, Howard Johnson, and everybody who called and reached out and hit me up at Hoff, WFAN on social media. I appreciate all your time. Again, all the interviews will be out there on YouTube and whatnot. I'll be back on Monday with the Carton Show, 2 p.m. with Chris McMonagle to discuss more trade deadline stuff. But coming up next, Gordon Damer on The Fan. See ya.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN.